Bonjour.
Bonjour à tous. Merci de nous avoir rejoints pour.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you for being with us this morning for this conference on electronic billing. We have 4 hours to look at the reform which is due to enter into force. We'll be talking about European harmonization and what the prerequisites for that harmonization are. We'll be talking about company expectations, but also the resources that need to be deployed to support them. But before we begin, by way of introduction to today's conference, we have Olivier Dussopt, who's Minister Delegate in charge of the public accounts, who will be introducing this morning's conference, which of course is part of the French Presidency of the Council of the European Union. Minister. Deputy Minister of Finance of the Republic of Italy, Secretary of State for Economic Affairs and Company Support in Spain, Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Finance of Belgium, whom I've not yet had the pleasure of meeting in person, and who will be my Spanish colleague I met in Madrid a few weeks ago, and my Italian colleague in Rome recently. But thank you all three for being present either here today or via video conference. And thank you also to all the governors, secretaries, Secretary General, Presidents, Directors and Directors General present at this conference. It's a great honour for me to welcome you to the Ministry of the Economy, Finance and the Recovery after this conference on e-billing. This morning we have many high-level speakers, in particular the Deputy Minister for the Republic of Italy, Laura Castelli, who's with us this morning in Paris. Thank you for being here. Vincent van Petegem, the Deputy Prime Minister of Belgium, and Secretary of State for the Economy in Spain, Gonzalez Garcia Andres. So I shan't take up too much of your time. I just wanted to remind you that the French Presidency of the Council of the European Union is one that the French government wants to make a presidency of debate in order to put Europe back where it belongs in our fellow citizens' minds. Within our minister, we've sought to choose topics which are specific, tangible illustrations of the benefits of European standardisation on day-to-day business for companies and all the benefits that economic operators can get from the four freedoms of the internal market. Europe is too often accused of laying down new or redundant standards, and I think it's therefore important to say that no, in fact, Europe is often a force for harmonisation between regulation and therefore a force for simplification for business. This is particularly true for tax because, contrary to popular belief, tax administrations are already core to our programme to transform public policy in Europe, and they're core to the process of simplification and harmonisation for business. Just to give you the example of France, in recent years, we have made a number of changes which have started to bear fruit for our administration to adjust better to the needs of its administered subject, to build a relationship of trust with them and to reduce the administrative burden on the citizen. This huge project of e-billing, which we'll be talking about this morning, is, in my view, one of these transformative projects which are not as high profile as perhaps it might merit, but nonetheless, it's a project which will revolutionise the relationship between business and government, and at the end of the day, between business and across the European Union. One of the reasons for this is that e-billing concerns one of the most basic activities of any business. All businesses, whether they be large, small, manufacturers or service providers, agricultural or industrial, they issue invoices for their internal accounting, and they also use those invoices to pay value-added tax, VAT, the first harmonised EU tax, and that's why that paperless billing chain is a major tool in simplifying and reducing cost for business. This morning, we will have an opportunity to talk about national experience in different countries. Talk about France, for example. Around 1.5 million small and medium-sized enterprises are still using paper billing chains. For them, e-billing could be a competitive boon worth at least 4.5 billion euros, without counting benefits in terms of combating late payments, which have a negative impact on their cash flow. So beyond that simplification, that reform, those productivity gains, I think this reform will give us other ways of simplifying things. The most obvious is pre-compiled VAT returns, which have already been implemented by Portugal from 2018, more recently by Spain, and soon it'll be Italy too. Many companies I know are still sceptical about this, but I also believe that via e-billing we will be able to reliably predict the VAT liable portion of companies' turnover and thus reduce significantly the tax burden on business. Paperless data will also enable better public statistics with a more real-time view of economic and financial flows, thus allowing us to better manage the economy. In the long term, it may allow us also to help build a genuine policy of reducing delayed payment across the economy, and thus improve fluidity smooth relations between businesses. As we know, e-billing, this project, is also a vital tool in our armoury in reducing fraud, in particular VAT fraud. VAT was the first European harmonised tax, and even though the experts don't agree on how much it's actually worth, VAT fraud is estimated by the European Commission to be around 134 billion euros every year across the EU. Now, whatever the precise number might be, we know that the phenomenon is enormous, and it's one that we need to combat. E-billing will help us do that. So comprehensive real-time data as supplied by e-billing gives us new resources to combat fraud. The schemes already introduced by our European neighbours, I'm sure that my counterparts will talk about this soon, enabled to collect nearly 25 billion euros of additional tax revenue between 2014 and 2019 by improving the tax recovery system. And indeed, part of those tax revenue directly funds the European Union budget. Therefore, it's in our interest for our e-billing systems to be harmonised, because that will help improve our collective efficiency in calculating and recovering VAT. There's a whole host of applications based on e-billing, and that's why France has chosen to make it one of our key milestones in accelerating our digital transition. So from 1st of July 2024 through to 2026, our system will be rolled out progressively for 4 million companies, billing around 3 billion invoices every year. It's also therefore a part of modernising the economy, and it's a major plank of the new VAT rules that we want to debate during our presidency. Reforms, essential they might be, should not give rise to greater compliance costs for companies, particularly those operating cross-border, and that's why the interconnection, the interoperability of the systems introduced is vital. The European Commission, in particular thanks to its Director General for Tax and the Customs Union, launched a public consultation on the 21st of January on prospects for harmonisation concerning VAT in the digital era. On the 1st of July last year, we made a major step forward with the entry into force of the e-commerce VAT package, although we know the limits of that, and we'll be looking today at how we could go further and make it more effective. Therefore, I welcome fresh thinking about these projects, these potential projects, one of which is rolling out and harmonising e-billing, but also extending the one-stop shop for VAT. Now, the right level of subsidiarity needs to be found across these initiatives in order to maximise benefit to business, whilst giving member states a choice as to which aspects of the schemes they use and which they don't, and not penalising any of those who are already ahead of the game. I'm very happy that this morning's roundtables will be able to discuss these points, and I hope that that's some of what we share today will enable us to move forward and better mainstream and harmonise e-billing. I'd like to thank you all for being here, whether physically present in the room or by video conference. I hope you have all wish you a very pleasant and fruitful conference, and I'll now, without further ado, pass over to my colleagues. Thank you, Minister. Now, next to me, I have Laura Castelli, your Deputy Minister of the Economy and Public Finances for Italy. We also have joining us directly live from Belgium, Vincent van Petegem, who's the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, and live from Spain, Gonzalo Garcia Andres, Secretary of State for Economic Affairs and Business Support. Good morning to you all. First of all, Deputy Minister Castelli, what does Italy think about this reform? Thank you very much. Very happy to be here. It's a very brave thing that you've done to talk about such a very complex but very effective tool that we have. We're very satisfied with what we've done. As of 2016, we've been looking at this kind of instrument and deepening our work on it over the years. It's something which has had a major impact on tax evasion. We reckon by around 20%. Every year, that gives us a VAT windfall, if you like, which allows us to correct or feed into the final budget every year. For a country like ours, that is a significant amount. To have this, if you like, this window of opportunity in order to fund additional measures, additional budget windfall, in other words. Now we have a particular choice. We made the choice that data is collected via the National Revenue Office, because it's something we're able to do. And during the pandemic, a number of changes were made, which enabled us to who was paying what and who was to trace financial flows very precisely. We also are able to we've always extended e-billing to small companies with success, I should say. Even small businesses appreciate this because they've understood to what extent they're actually able to save money by applying this system. And so, though to begin with they were had a few questions about it. They've nonetheless welcomed the extension of small businesses to them because it's allowed them to bring down their fixed costs quite significantly. Well, thank you very much, Deputy Minister. I'm looking now to Belgium. How do you view the reform in Belgium? Thanks very much. Thank you, Olivier, for inviting me. Colleagues, I wanted to say that I welcome this initiative because e-billing is something very close to my heart in particular. Because it offers us the ability to simplify workflows, to work more efficiently, but also to combat fraud. It's therefore a vital tool in our armoury. It benefits our fellow citizens, but it benefits business. And therefore, I consider it really the starting point, if you like, for all our public policy work in this field. What specifically does that involve in Belgium? Well, when I took office, I created a dedicated working group on e-billing within my ministry. The group is taking a comprehensive approach, and France is a source of inspiration here. We're looking at the predictability and the interoperability of the system as, if you like, its basic parameters. We're also very interested in gradually rolling out e-billing on a staggered basis based on company size. We also think that e-billing is a very useful tool in reducing the VAT divide, and there are a number of important initiatives. For example, our partnership with the IMF there, but also the Belgian National Bank and the Federal Bank have been very useful in understanding the VAT divide, overcoming which is important, and I think the conclusion of our work will allow us to better target our public policy actions. In mid-March, we'll be working within the Benelux countries to hold a colloquium called Bridging the VAT Compliance Gap, raising efforts on reduced VAT losses. That particular conference will be operationally focused. There will be a series of presentations by experts sharing best practice. If I may use the opportunity, I would welcome you to attend if you can. At national and European level, just like my counterparts on the panel, we are in favour of a proactive, participatory approach, which brings me to one of the major challenges we'll have to face. In Belgium, most of our businesses are SMEs, and it's not easy to ask SMEs to transition from one day to the next to full e-billing, and therefore we need extensive dialogue with the world of business, with the private sector, that is to say, and in particular with SMEs, because only by working together with them will we be able to roll out e-billing across the economy. The ultimate aim of which, of course, is to make life easier for business and improve life for our fellow citizens. Thank you, Olivier, and I wish you every success with the rest of today's conference. I'll be following the debate with great interest. Thank you very much, Mr. Petergem, Deputy Prime Minister. Looking now to Spain, we have Ms. Gonzalo Garcia Andres, your Secretary of State for Economic Affairs and Business Support. What is Spain's position on this subject? Good morning, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to take part. This is a particularly timely moment for Spain, because we are about to bring in e-billing on a B2B basis as a definitive step. This is an opportunity for us to learn, to share experience with our international counterparts. And the reform is actually part of our recovery and resilience plan. And the reform aims at strengthening the general framework governing business activities, in particular for SMEs. We wish to take advantage of it in order to digitize business, in particular for SMEs, as I said. The project in general is called Digitizing Business, and the draft legislation, which is already going through Parliament, brings in a host of measures going in 2 years' time. Now, the SMEs have longer to implement the new system in order to ensure that for all intercompany business, e-billing is used. For us, it's also our way of improving intercompany payments. We've made a lot of headway in reducing late payments between government and business. Again, thanks to e-invoicing on a B2G basis, but we hope also that e-billing will enable greater transparency on payment times and combat late payments on a B2B basis. Now, obviously, this is part of a bigger story, that of digitizing business in general, and as you rightly say, Minister, it creates opportunities in terms of tax collection. We coordinate and work closely with our colleagues from the Finance Ministry in this context. As my Italian counterpart just said, it's important in that it actually gives us better information and allows us to improve public policy vis-à-vis business. We've seen a lot of headway made in this direction over the last 2 years. I think it will generally improve our level of understanding, our level of knowledge, enabling better targeting of measures to business. Alongside that, as the Parliament as the legislation is going through Parliament, we, at the ministerial level, we work on an interministerial basis in parallel to try and prepare the practical regulations for implementing e-invoicing. A number of questions in this context have already been raised in terms of the various solutions adopted in various countries. Interconnection, interoperability of systems was one point mentioned. Now, while a publicly available system is necessary, in particular for SMEs, and I think France is weighing up this idea, there should be, as well as the various private sector options, there should also be a public option, which should be therefore low cost, particularly to support SMEs. We also, as well as that, we need to bear in mind how do we secure the information contained in the electronic invoice. The reform, therefore, for us at the Ministry of the Economy and Digital Transition is one which will be far-reaching. We have great hopes that it will be a benefit for public policy, for business, and we look forward to hearing from my colleagues this morning to learn more.
Thank you very much. Do not go away. Stay with us. So the European Commission is working on spreading e-invoicing and better harmonization of invoicing rules within the EU. Vice Minister, in your view, is this a good thing?
In my view, yes. This is something we're doing in other fields. Tax policy has to be go in the direction of harmonization, as is happening in other areas. And so we're very happy that there be this common thinking, because I think it is more and more necessary. Now, there are certain aspects which should remain under national control, because every country has its particularities. For example, for us, it's important that businesses be more and more autonomous, be empowered. In order to in carrying out e-billing, because it's something which they need to be doing hand in hand with this with government. But we are we're definitely in favour of there being a unification of the instruments.
Minister du Chapter. Yes, I think we pretty much agree on that. It's worth harmonizing and making sure that e-invoicing is a European project, and France has been very keen on having that addressed during our presidency, because we feel that if various member states have taken their own initiatives, with some ahead of others haven't taken any initiative at all. We agree with this. This is the best way of combating fraud, in particular what they call carousel fraud. It's the best way, one of the best ways of cutting back on the difference between VAT collected and VAT that should be collected, so it'll probably make it easier to organize discussions around this difficult issue between member states and the Commission. Where I fully agree with Laura in what we're saying just now is that there is a problem here that we need to deal with, because harmonizing rules is a problem. We have to have interoperable systems, and everything has to be interconnected so that compliance should not be costly or an obstacle for companies. And each country, in terms of its tax law, has to be able to stick to its own schedules and have its own tactics and strategies in implementing invoicing. And so together we have to make sure that subsidiarity is a top priority in the harmonization process. And just to finish, I would say that when it comes to subsidiarity, all states have to be free to set up the business support measures that will get us to e-invoicing. We have different timelines, but the important thing is to share as much as possible. We have appropriation methods across business that are different. For example, as has been said by our Spanish colleague just now, we have a public invoicing system. The idea is not to compete with private operators, and we're working very closely with accountants, but we need this sort of system so that SMEs can buy into these new methods, get in the system, and then depending on what they do, the extent of their business activity, be able to use service providers in the same way they do now. So public service provision is important to France. And we have said this about e-invoicing the same way that for years now we've been saying about payslips and payroll systems. So we have free public systems for payrolling, which is mainly for SMEs because it's all a laborious, tedious job, but it means that we can have schemes whereby all businesses can shift to these new systems. Mr. Van Petegem, what are the priorities for you in this harmonization process?
As mentioned by my colleagues, I think that the importance of the harmonization cannot just be underestimated and should not be underestimated. They are really, really important. After all, the sector is asking for efficient systems and an efficient system that is using the same standards all over Europe, and that also requires as few country-specific adjustments as possible. And so the goal should be, the priority priority should be to have clear rules for intra-community transactions. But of course, and that's also an issue, is the timing is also important. We in Belgium, we are currently in the startup phase. We are, of course, very closely following the European decision-making process in this regard, and we hope, of course, that it will be decided soon, so that we also can conclude this concrete project that we can include it, in the concrete project that we want to develop this year. So if you ask me what is important for the harmonization, I think that it should be as general as possible with the same standards all over Europe. That's why it's so important what the European Commission is currently working on, and that the system is in the context of interoperability, that of course the system itself is as efficient as possible as well, in that sense.
Mr. Gonzalo Garcia Andres, in your view, how can this harmonization go hand in hand with the reforms that you're bringing in? Well, I would say at this juncture, what's important is for the Commission to start taking a look at the implications, repercussions of this project for the internal market. It's quite clear that as far as the pace is concerned, we see what Italy is doing. There are other countries that will be speeding up in coming years. And as has already been stressed, we work in an internal market. VAT is therefore impacted by this. And I think probably for this first stage, the goal should be to identify those factors that have to be addressed with respect to the internal market and the need to have a system that works not just for domestic but also European transactions, because that's a lot of what is being done. And I commend the French Presidency for having raised that issue and put it on the agenda, because it's important for us to be able to identify these issues as soon as possible and include them in developments and decision making. And that means not just policies, but also the technical setup and architecture of systems. Because what we need to do is take decisions that would avoid creating issues when harmonization actually goes live. So I think it's important to take a look at this initially from a European perspective. As Minister, you were saying the Italian businesses were won over to this idea, in particular SMEs. How did you manage to convince them?
Well, we believed in what we were doing, and what we did was we tried to explain to them that in a country that believes in, sets store by constitutional values, that everyone should pay, and that means that everyone can pay less. And getting that idea across meant that honest businesses, honest Italians, actually appreciate the instruments we've introduced, and the fact that we have this what we call the electronic ticket meant that we're actually able to introduce a small discount for those businesses with that, abiding by the system, which in some ways allowed them to, if you like, go back to business as usual, and if you like, catch up with other European countries when it comes to fighting tax fraud. As I said, it brings down their fixed costs, and we managed to convince them with figures that their administration costs were going to reduce, and that was one of the strong points in the argument. And then rolling it out across the board was key to allowing them to compete with other European businesses, because the more digital you are, the faster you are, the more competitive you are. And so essentially we reduced the risk for them. That is to say, the overall risk of a not very digital tax system, which would basically consume part of the economy or hold it back, and the productive economy of the country would be prevented from realising its potential. Now, we didn't move that fast, but in the end, we ended up proving it by facts on the ground. But and now the effects are so visible that everyone believes in it. And now, as we say, we're able to have a tax windfall of 4 billion in 2019. That's additional resources for the state, which is beneficial for government as well. And that shows everybody what the impact of an extra 4 billion euros can be at a critical time. Everyone's made the effort to up their game and use this new instrument, which is pretty easy to use at the end of the day. Nonetheless, it's all part of a process, basically. Thank you.
Minister, what about you? How do you think you can win over businesses to get behind this sort of reform? Either the big ones or the small ones? Well, I would say to my Italian colleagues, when you have extra tax income, you don't say so, because then people have to decide how to spend the kitty. And as minister, my role is to reduce that. So I don't talk about that. I want to make sure the money is not wasted. So I think the important thing is to convince people it's not going to be expensive. This is what people were saying about interoperability and interconnection. But it's also about the initiatives that each country is taken, making sure that information systems are free and services are free, certainly at the minimum level. That's to say, we offer a minimum free invoicing service. And obviously there are possibilities for enhancing what we are offering against cost. But there's a financial gain for businesses because the productivity gains at 4.5 billion euros for those companies that have been mitigated by the decisions we've taken on e-invoicing is they save time, they save money. It's all positive. We have to make sure that the money is used in the right way, in particular by local authorities. It's additional income, as has been mentioned. We're talking about closing the gaps between actual and calculated VAT. And all of this means that we can improve our policies without necessarily changing the tax. There's another element here. For several years now, since 2017 in particular, France has been changing its tax policies and tax relationship with business. So we've asked Parliament to accept some legislation. It's what we call a trust-based system where you can make mistakes, but according to the law, there's a change in the relationship between businesses and the tax authorities because we have institutionalized this right to make a mistake. If a company makes a mistake in a return, and that's recognized, the penalties are lower. And we have what we call tax partnerships that can be highly sophisticated for large corporations. We have compliance investigations, and with all of our decisions, we make sure that tax authorities are there to advise and prevent rather than punish. And this change of the relationship, this new trust-based relationship with businesses means that it's better for us when it comes to convincing people that it's a good idea to go to e-invoicing. It's about being transparent and simplifying and facilitating all these relationships between tax authorities and businesses. Thank you, Minister. Vice Prime Minister, Or would you say the same thing is happening with Belgian businesses?
It's really important that that if we want to convince the small and medium enterprises to also join us in this great endeavor, that we also of course should show very clearly what the advantages are. But it also, of course, requires a lot of efforts on their side, and therefore it's very important, and that's definitely true in all tax issues, and especially in this one, is that we foresee enough foreseeability, that we focus on that foreseeability, that we focus on the transparency, and that we also provide enough information on the existing suitable tools they can use. Now, if I look to the increasing importance of e-invoicing, and if I also look to what is happening in France and the progress that is made in France, for example, I really expect that the number of players on the market will increase significantly, and that will push as well down the price, because the price and the cost is also an important issue for the small and medium enterprises. That will push down the price, and that of course the use of it will be increased. So definitely there are still some efforts to make, but I'm sure that with focus on transparency, with the focus on foreseeability, and with the focus on providing enough information on what exists on the market, I'm sure that we can convince the small and medium enterprises on the big advantages that this e-invoicing has.
Merci.
Thank you very much. Secretary of State Gonzalez, is it same in Spain? You get the same buy-in? Well, at the moment, our processes go back further than those in Italy or other countries, but it's true that we were surprised by the very positive reaction to this idea of introducing e-invoicing everywhere for all businesses. We were expecting them, or certainly some areas of business, to be reluctant to go along with this. But in fact, where it worked out was very positive. Obviously, we'll see at the end of the day, when we get closer to the time, we'll see how businesses and organizations deal with these concerns. But what we've done is link this recovery and resilience plan supporting SMEs. We're talking about €250 million. Consists of various steps and stages, and it's about providing financial support to digital services. So there's a range of services for e-invoicing, and we feel that this will be a way of ensuring the introduction of e-invoicing doesn't create any extra costs or excessive costs for businesses, but it's clear we're going to have to keep up this effort to push it through. It's a very ambitious reform, and we are willing to put all our energy and effort into it, but also back it up with actual instruments so that businesses can see the advantage, can see what they're gaining from this. So the initial reaction is positive, but we're going to have to keep up the effort. Thank you very much. Well, pending the introduction of this reform in France, let's hear from Geoffroy Roux de Béziers, who's president of MED. Unfortunately, he can't be with us today, but he sent us a very optimistic message because he says that invoicing is a challenge and an opportunity, but under certain conditions. See what he has to say, Minister.
Tout d'abord, bonjour.
Let me start by saying good morning, everyone. E-invoicing will be the rule for all businesses in France of July 2024. It's a big challenge, of course, but in particular, a big opportunity. So I'm naturally optimistic. So let me start with the latter. As you know, changing, developing, evolving to be different is in the DNA of entrepreneurs. And that's what e-invoicing is really. It's a digital transformation which is changing a core business operation, invoicing. In France every year, there are about 3 billion invoices issued. This is a core task. It's often difficult, time-consuming and costly for businesses. With e-invoicing, we want to simplify life for businesses and reduce their often heavy administrative costs. E-invoicing will mean savings. Less paper, less logistics, quicker settlement of bills. This is an excellent opportunity for businesses to update and modernize their processes. But, and there is a but, these opportunities depend on certain conditions. For this to be successful, there are things that need to be done, and we as MEDEF will make sure that they are.
Pour bénéficier pleinement
Because for businesses to take advantage of this, there are preconditions. Firstly, the costs of transformation, and there will be, are affordable. And we have to make sure that there are economies of scale. E-invoicing has to mean less paperwork, less red tape. Businesses are modernizing. They are welcoming with open arms digital transformation. They weren't waiting for this reform to do the same, but the authorities have to do the same because with a better understanding of the relationship between them and businesses, some declarations will no longer be required. So the authorities have to help businesses to simplify and have a lighter hand with the checks. It's a source of productivity gains and competitiveness for our businesses. This is a logical counterpart for the effort made by the millions of businesses in France that will move to invoicing. And we need the support of government, as we did during the pandemic. So we need genuine European harmonization. We have to avoid being faced with different systems for different countries and systems that don't communicate. So we hope that Commissioner Giolienti in the Commission and Minister Dussopt in France will get this done. Day-to-day business for companies is about agility, and changes have to be prepared. It can't be done overnight, especially when you're talking about something as crucial as invoicing. When it comes to digital transformation, businesses are at different levels. Some are spearheading the movement, have already taken on board e-invoicing. Others have a long way to go. And this sort of transformation can quite understandably scare them. So in MEDEF, our role, and that has been that of the state and the Ministry of Finance, consists of two things. We're going to have a communication campaign explaining what going to e-invoices means for businesses, and in particular the advantages for businesses. Then we're going to have to support businesses as we did when we started with taxation at source. And this will be done in conjunction with the Finance Ministry, so I welcome this approach. During these two key stages, the businesses will be able to count on us. So we will help them through this transformation, make sure that they garner every advantage from it. Thank you very much, and I wish you a successful meeting.
Voilà, merci à tous.
Thank you very much. Thank you all very much. Thank you, Laure Cassaday, Deputy Minister of Economy and Finance. Thank you, Vincent Van Peteghe, Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Finance of Belgium. Thank you, Gonzalo Gonzalez, who's Secretary of State for Economic Affairs and Business Support in Spain. And thank you, French Minister Olivier Dussopt. Thank you all for your contributions. In a few minutes now, we'll be looking at this reform of e-invoicing, and we'll be getting down to the nitty-gritty of all these subjects. Stay online.
So we're now going to move on to the next round table, and I bid farewell to the previous participants. Madame Frakowiak, Mr. Bouzig, Mr. Sautreau, and Mr. Correa, welcome, and please be seated. Thank you for having joined us today. As I was saying, this first round table is to do with the reform of electronic invoicing, its implementation, and its value. Céline Frakowiak, you're in charge of the electronic invoicing project in the ministry. Marc Bouzig, you are the manager of the VAT Europe Group in MEDEF. Cyril Sautreau, chair of the National Forum for Electronic Invoicing, and Miguel Correa, Deputy Director General in charge of indirect taxes in Portugal. So thank you, all of you, for having joined us here. Ms. Frakowiak, could you perhaps explain to us what this reform of e-invoicing in France will involve? And perhaps give us a reminder of the timeline. Good morning, everybody. Yes, we've been talking a lot about electronic invoicing today, and we've already heard very positive aspects that we should welcome, but perhaps I could run through, given that we've got our Portuguese colleague with us in this round table, remind you that there isn't just a single system in terms of harmonization at EU level. We've got several systems, and they're not all based on e-invoicing. The previous speakers, the ministers, referred to the fact there's a renewed interest in e-invoicing at this stage. And perhaps before I run through the features of the model that we have, we could perhaps say something about the context. I think it's important to talk about the context because one might ask the question, why is it being done now? At a time when the EU is embarking upon reflection on this issue, I would say that it's not something that's brand new, certainly not on the French side. This is something that we already saw in 1994 when we moved to e-invoicing in the public sector, also working with the business sector, and we were a little bit ahead of the pack at the time. At the time, we managed to work hand in hand with the European Commission. That should be something that can reassure certain companies, the business world, the representatives on the round table. So if I take a look now at the features of the French model, I can say that we've put a lot of thought into this. We submitted a report last year to the Parliament. In that report, we highlight the advantages of e-invoicing. But it's a mixed model, and let me explain why. E-invoicing is, first of all, a means of simplifying things. It will accelerate the digital transition of the business world with the gains of 4.5 billion euros per annum. And it means also that there's a recognition of the fact that we can't find a solution necessary to all transactions through e-invoicing. So we've got a mixed model, similar to what the Italian colleague was saying. There's also a more specific approach to e-reporting, similar to what they have in Portugal. And that explains why it is that in terms of the timeline, what we're going to do is starting in the 1st of July 2024, we're going to move to e-invoicing in a number of waves for some 4 million businesses, mainly the large companies to begin with. That's the first wave in 2024. And then medium-sized enterprises, January 2025, and then the smallest ones, the SMEs and the very small and micro enterprises, that'll be the 1st of January 2026. But all of them have to have chosen a platform as of the 1st of July 2024. So that's quite a challenge. We're expecting that for e-invoicing, there'll be between 2 to 3 billion invoices exchanged, and for the reporting, that will concern a significant number of transactions, particularly international ones, but also direct ones with consumers, now that's B2C. So it's very broad-based, but that's been done intentionally so that we can have a vision over the entire invoicing chain. So when you say that SMEs will only be concerned in 2026, it could actually be that they're concerned as of 2024. Well, they will be, mechanically speaking, as of 2024. There'll be other roundtables doubtless devoted to this, but we'll be keeping tabs on this in the ministry, and we'll make sure that we have the adapted accompanying measures for SMEs and for each category of enterprise, and that'll be throughout the entire project. Marc Bouzig, you're president of the VAT working group of the MEDEF. We heard earlier the very optimistic statement that was made. Tell me exactly what are your expectations of the reform? I mean, you work for the MEDEF after all. Yes. Well, I think that this is a project where all companies and enterprises represented by the MEDEF are very much in favour. As the politicians who've spoken have already said, there are all sorts of operating savings that can be made at a very high level. The French tax system has organised a number of working groups. There have been discussions between your teams, Madam, and different companies and enterprises. The idea is that we pursue a win-win approach with the tax administration. It's in the interest of all of us that it works, and for it to work, all of the different elements have to be made available to enterprises so that they can introduce the reform, which is a very significant one. As you know, MEDEF doesn't just represent large enterprises, but also smaller ones. And at that level, in terms of the budgetary cost for SMEs, it's really a very significant reform for them as regards the budget that they're going to have to devote to the whole process. If large companies have internal budgets that allow them to adapt to the reform, Madam, that's not necessarily the case of SMEs and very small enterprises, and they'll have to turn to advice or specific software externally to accompany them. And that has a cost attached to it that is quite significant. And then there's another matter I'd like to raise at this stage, but this has already been mentioned by the previous speakers. Mr. Aude said it as well. Savings in terms of management of productivity for companies, that's the one thing. Paper invoice processing will disappear. But I think there's something that has not been mentioned that's just as important to my mind in the context of tax audits, and that's the question of archiving. Paper archives will disappear, so operating costs for the companies will be affected as well. And if I may, I'd like to mention a third point as well. The business world's vision over this project is that once it comes into force in 2024 for the large companies to begin with, it's a process that's going to be very rapid and much more efficient in terms of processing invoices, entering them into the books, payment deadlines and so on. That's already been mentioned. And last point as regards securing the processes. Once the system is introduced, there'll no longer be the risks that are encountered as regards the paper invoicing processes. Thank you. Cyril Soutrou, you're chair of the National Forum for Electronic Invoicing. You were saying that this is a significant reform because it's going to make it possible to have the rollout of electronic invoicing, but you think it's important to be aware of the complexities involved. What do you mean by this? Yes, first of all, let me recall why it is that we're concerned with this. The point of e-invoicing is to have an automatic approach for companies and to accelerate payments. The IT systems of companies have to talk to each other, so there has to be interoperability of the systems themselves. And now, it's all very well to say you've got ways to optimize things. There are large companies that organize e-invoicing depending on their needs around their own ecosystem, and then those in the ecosystem are in the ecosystems of lots of other companies, and they have to adapt. So that's going to be the rollout, if you like, and that's what we've seen so far. Because after 30 years of e-invoicing, because it's been in existence for some 30 years, it's not just come out of the blue all of a sudden. So we've got this automatic e-invoicing, and some 25% of the invoices PDF, in other words, like paper, but you look at them on the screen. So the problem is how to organize the rollout of all of this. And the fundamentals of the reform are first of all, to say we're going to refer to standards, norms that fortunately are in existence. They've been around for a few years now. The same European standard. We're talking about alignment. We've got the European standard for e-invoicing that's going to become an international standard, in fact. And then there's a second important element, and that is the pace, because if it's all being done at different levels independently, things get very complicated. So by saying that we've defined the rules for e-invoicing, and let's see how it's to be done, there'll have to be a pace laid down that will help the rollout of the system. So that will contribute to simplification, contrary to what has been happening to date. In other words, from the point of view of SMEs, it's been overly complex because of the multiplication of those involved in a rather disorganized approach. Would you like to react? Yes, let me pick up on what Cyril Sautreau has been saying. We're working hard on this. We're very aware of the problems of interoperability, and we know that we have to fit into something that already exists. When we're talking about e-invoicing, it's not something we've invented. So we have to respect the investments already made by the business world, including large companies, where the IT changes are going to be significant, and we'll be there to accompany them. We've been talking about SMEs and also the operators, the platforms for the dematerialization. They're going to have to evolve too, to accompany us as best they can. So we're making use of the past experience and expertise, and also not just the private sector, but also the public sector. Within the architecture of our model in France, the idea is to have coexistence of a national operator, already familiar with, for the e-invoicing that already exists, in relations on the public sector, Chorus Pro, working with the public sector, working with enterprises. So together with that, there'll be private platforms. The idea is to have this pooling and sharing of experience and competence in the reform. Miguel Gonzalez, Deputy Director General in charge of indirect taxes in Portugal. Perhaps you could talk to us about the Portuguese experience. How did things go ahead there?
And thank you also to the French government for the kind invitation and for hosting this very timely debate. To explain the Portuguese experience, I would invite you to travel with me in time back to 2008. 2008 was a year of a big digital transformation at the global level. It was the year of the iPhone, the year of Android, the year in which we started speaking about cloud computing. It was also the year in which, in Portugal, following the recommendation of the OECD, we implemented the SAFT, the Standard Audit File for Taxation. Why do I start here? Because the Portuguese system, and I would probably, for those that are listening to us today, I would probably start here to explain the particularities of the Portuguese model. We based our model on the SAFT. So our model, our current model, has three core characteristics. First, we ask all players to issue invoices. So all our economic agents must issue invoices for any single transaction they do, and they must communicate all these invoices to the tax authorities, independently on how they issue their invoice, either in electronic form, in paper format. They must, usually on a monthly basis, some do it real time, but most of them do it on a monthly basis. They communicate all their invoices. And we cover all types of invoices, so B2B, B2C, and B2G. So companies and companies, companies and final consumers, companies and government. All these invoices are communicated to us, all right? What we do is, and this was done because we found that it was much cheaper because we implemented SAFT in 2008 in a transversal way. And we started to ask companies to make this communication to us 5 years later, in 2013. At this stage, 5 years later, the SAFTI was already implemented and the quality of the information was high because the SAFTI is certified by the tax authorities. So we had good quality and the system was implemented. And this is why we based our system on SAFTI. So what we do on a monthly basis is we ask companies to extract from their SAFTI elements from their invoices. And this is a distinguishing characteristic of the Portuguese system. We do not receive the full detail of the invoice with the description of products and services, all right? We receive selected elements of the invoice, which are extracted on a monthly basis from the SAFTI. I would say this is the core traits of our system. And now you ask, well, Miguel, you receive all this information, millions and millions of invoices, what do you do with it? We return service. And this is where I think our experience is most valuable for the discussion that is going on. What you can give back to companies and to citizens. All right? I would say that we focused on two core areas in terms of giving back service with this information. First, simplify tax compliance by companies and citizens. How do we do this? With all this information, we pre-fill tax returns. To tell you, nowadays, the personal income tax return is 100% pre-filled in by the tax authorities, also using this information. Also for VAT, more recently, since 3 years ago, we also started to pre-fill certain fields of the VAT return. So this is an area where we worked simplifying tax compliance. The other is aiding taxpayers, especially companies, in identifying mismatches between the invoices that were used and the VAT return. And I would say in a nutshell that these are the core characteristics of our system now.
Merci beaucoup. Céline.
Thank you very much. Céline Frekoviak, are there things that can be transposed to the French model? Yes, certainly there are things that can be brought into the French model. First of all, there's the reflection that can be transposed. Mr. Correa was saying that there were subjects as regards the data transferred to the administration, and we have the same sort of problem when we're talking about transactions with individual citizens. So we're very cautious as regards the data that's going to be gathered. And obviously, it's important to collect only what is necessary, because the point is to combat fraud, obviously, to improve the conditions for the fight against fraud, improve the fair competition for operators in good faith, but also, Miguel was saying, give back to the companies. Give them, in other words, a better service. That's very important for us in the French tax administration. So we're very interested in the model of Portugal and also Spain as well. They're precursors in all of this. They're forerunners. We want to have an improved service offered to companies, ultimately with a pre-filled in VAT form at the end of the day. Obviously, we're at the early stages only in our thinking, because in order to move to the pre-filling, as has already been said, pre-filling didn't come about overnight. First of all, you have to make sure of the quality of the data and make sure that there is a vision over all of the transactions. Once again, this is an important aspect. It's an ambition. It's a promise on the part of the administration, but it'll take time, as all companies, and this will be the case in 2026, have to have moved to e-invoicing at that point. And we have to have the data then to allow us to go ahead with adequate pre-filling. So it'll take some time. Marc Bouzig, yes, I'd like to react to what our Portuguese friend was saying. It's interesting to hear what was introduced in Portugal, and also I'm picking up on what Ms. Frekoviak has just said as well. As regards businesses, And we heard that in the MEDEF manager's intervention. Let me go back in time. Since the intra-community VAT setup was introduced in '93, businesses have had imposed upon them a number of new obligations in terms of declarations, returns, the audits that have to be carried out. And this is something that we've been discussing with you and your teams, Madam Frakowiak, in the different workshops. The introduction of the whole general process of e-invoicing has to be accompanied by an adaptation of the constraints that are currently imposed on businesses as regards checks, audits, accounting audits. Let me give you an example that I can think of as regards whatever size of businesses we're talking about. We consider that whenever there's, once you've got e-invoicing, is there any need to have the audit obligation in companies, particularly for SMEs and smaller, because they have to comply with that condition, and it's a really heavy administrative burden for them. I've understood that as regards what's been introduced in Portugal, the audit setup was no longer obligatory under certain conditions. So that's really what I wanted to say on that particular score. Mr. Soutro, do you want me to add something, perhaps? Well, if you have something to add, yes. Yeah, there are a number of things I wanted to bring in here. I think it's important. E-invoicing is a step in a longer process. We've already got an optimized approach, but it's really important to take account of the existing ecosystem. The Y-shaped setup, we've got certified operators who can continue to exchange invoices as they already do in a very integrated process, and they bring in value added. Innovation has to be allowed to continue. We shouldn't have an overly centralized approach that stymies things. So we have to see how all of that's going to pan out. And then another point, the need to bring in added value for all parties involved. Very often when you're talking about invoicing, you tend to think about your own concerns and you don't think about what you're doing in the interests of suppliers, for instance. In the reform, there's a life cycle approach with a view to improving the visibility for SMEs, because this has to be understood as a vital element, sharing the value added for the entire ecosystem. General rules are required. They have to be clearly defined. They have to be known to all. Everyone has to know what the rules of the game are. You have to have time to get used to them. And everyone should be singing to the same hymn sheet in terms of e-invoicing, because that'll make it easier to move forward more effectively. Céline Frakowiak, would you go along with what Marc Bouzic has said? Well, obviously we're following the concerns of the corporate world, the business world. You're talking about the particular impact on the reliable audit approach. There are also concerns as regards what's being done in Portugal. There's also Italy. This reliable audit issue remains. We moved to e-invoicing in 2019, and there was a significant tradition already in place in the timeline before that. Anyhow, we've got to put thought into all of this. More work is required, and there are also other possibilities for simplification that could perhaps be raised in the context of other roundtables. I think, and this is why it's so important to have the data that are going to make the invoicing chain more reliable, and de facto the information, the data that the tax administration will have available to it. If we've got that reliable information, it means that by definition, we're talking about the importance of trust, confidence. We'll have to see how things evolve in terms of the relations between the tax administration and the professional and business world. So we've got a lot of work ahead of us. And at this stage, it's true that we've been focusing on more immediate concerns. In other words, the rollout in 2024, how to make sure that everything goes as well as possible. that we're already starting to publish certain things dating back to September. E-reporting, we reported things on the 31st of December, and on the 25th of January, in other words, at the start of this year, the Council of the European Union granted technical waivers, and we needed these so as to manage e-invoicing. So we've got a lot of work ahead of us, we know, but we're making good progress. And I think that we have to fix our sights on a priority. The rollout has to go ahead smoothly. We all agree on that. And we have to work on the technical aspects, the statutes, specificities, as mentioned.
Correa.
Miguel Correa, I understand that with your new system, business has been a winner. But is the tax administration not also a winner? Are there any benefits there? Yes, indeed there are.
Fiscal administration, my French is not as good as to go along with it. He says bonjour and ça va. But yes. So first I would like just to say, Gaetan, that I totally agree with what I've heard here of our French colleagues. I mean, there are certain key points that we're focused on, like a step-by-step approach, transparency, service, so creating an added value to those that we are serving and to who we are imposing solutions. So try to accumulate the two things, ask for extra requirements, but give back service so that the measures are better accepted. So I would like to first just note that I totally agree with what I heard here. Now, regarding the added value to the tax administration, I was saying, I mean, for us, it's a main tool to fight fraud, VAT fraud, carousel fraud. Indeed, since we implemented it, we've been decreasing and decreasing the VAT gap. We were, before this, we had this system, we were over the EU average on the VAT gap. VAT gap, for those that are listening to us, is the difference between what, in theory, you should receive based on the tax system you have and the money that you actually receive. And this gap has many reasons. One of the reasons is fraud. And indeed, our VAT gap decreased and continues to decrease. We are now well below the EU average. And so this was the first advantage. The second advantage was not only for the tax administration. What we noted is that nowadays, as tax administration, we share data with several governmental bodies. So the results of this information are very useful, and for instance, it was very useful now on the COVID scenario to fine-tune the types of subsidies we were trying to give. We used the data, we used the results of this data to better understand which were the companies that had a decrease in turnover, for instance, because during the COVID, we created, as everybody did, programs to support companies. And due to the budgetary constraints in Portugal, we naturally had to focus more on those that were ailing more, on those that had more difficulties. And we used this type of data together with other governmental agencies to fine-tune those subsidies. So yes, it's good for the tax administration to fight fraud and control the system, but it's also good for the government in general, in that it gives us additional tools to fine-tune governmental policies.
Céline Frakowiak.
Céline Frakowiak. We understand that this is an important reform for business in France, but it's also a big one for the French tax authorities, isn't it? Indeed, it's a very big reform for the French tax authorities. We've talked about reducing the VAT gap. Now, this is that is something we would share, a concern we share at French level, and we are expecting to reap the same rewards as those countries who've already gone down this path. Portugal, of course, but Italy more recently, because again, Italy also asked for a waiver from the VAT directive. They recently had it extended. So 3 years on from introducing their mandatory e-billing, they've increased VAT returns by 2 billion euros. So that's benefiting honest operators. And if you look at those countries in Latin America that have introduced a similar system, the same trends are discernible. And so we hope that we will also reap those rewards in France. We also hope that the benefits will go beyond the tax authorities, because a bit like our Portuguese colleagues and a bit like other countries where e-billing was already a reality before the pandemic, and we then used the same data in order to better support those companies that were struggling, we're also thinking about whether we couldn't do something similar. Within the finance ministry, we have something, an app called Signal. It means it's weak signals. Excuse me. It's called. Which is meant to pick up on weak signals and therefore support companies which are struggling. And that's one way in which we can use the data that's coming anyway via e-billing to better target support measures. Marc Bouzig, this is a reform that goes well beyond France, isn't it? There are other countries are introducing or have introduced e-billing. In your experience, what's the reality on the ground for the businesses involved? Well, I work for a big a multinational company, Stellantis, indeed. We've experienced e-reporting and e-billing requirements being introduced in various EU member states over the years. Now, I know they're going to come onto this later in a different roundtable, but it's been raised already by Mr. Roux and the ministers, which is the subject harmonization. In multinationals, or big companies, we have internal billing and accounting units, which are often what we call shared or common departments. And so there may be a single department in charge of billing for various different countries. To date, we've always complied with the various requirements made of us by the different countries: Italy, Portugal, Spain, with their project a few years ago. FII, I think it was called. The problem there is we have to adjust every billing system to the specific features of every country, which is a challenge for companies, even big ones like ours, because it requires additional IT resources. And as soon as you have particularities adding up, if you like, one country at a time, then you do run a risk, a legal and a taxation risk, because you perhaps parametered your system wrong for one country, or would simply become obsolete in the meantime, or whatever. So the issue of harmonization, which will be tackled by a different roundtable, is a really relevant one for business going forward with the European reform. Cyril Soutreau. Yes, just to say that I entirely agree that there is a need for businesses to have harmonization so that the field is not too complex. If I can just come back to the point of weak signals and the benefits that we hope there to get from this reform, that is to say, data is being more widely shared, and it will be shared not just with the tax authorities but also with businesses. Now, we have better and better IT systems. They're more and more smart, but to be smart, you have to teach them with something, usually with data. And for the time being, we don't have that much data, and the potential of the tool is currently underutilized. Once we have e-billing as a reality, we'll have a much broader, much more detailed overview of what's happening out there, including for companies which are not being paid on time, for example, and therefore we'll be able to feed that information into the systems, irrespective of whatever size the company is. You can pick up on the weak signals. It's a bit like listening to a concert. You hear wrong notes, but more clearly than if everything's well balanced, than if it's not. In which case, it just kind of like a cacophony. And so you can pick up on all sorts of things. You can pick up on perfectly regular activity on the one hand, but also you can pick up on signals such as fraud, misuse of monies, non-billing, and so on. Now, once you've got an industrial level billing system in place, you'd have to forget spam billing. So when you're sending out your bills on this industrial scale, you have to also ensure about access rights, who has the right to dispatch or receive bills, and so don't spam other people, but also don't have too strong a spam filter, because you have to be able to receive bills from different companies, including those you may not already be working with. And so that's a technical aspect of the form we shouldn't neglect. Miguel Gonzalez Correa, have you been confronted with the issue of spam?
No, because as I was telling you, this is a very good question and a good point to think over. We heard about this problem with some Latin American countries. It's interesting because Latin America is ahead of us in terms of electronic invoicing. For instance, a country like Chile has a very developed electronic invoicing system, a pure electronic invoicing system. And in Latin America, I've already heard of issues that they have to deal regarding this kind of spam issues. But there are solutions. As I told you, our system is based on the SAFT, so as tax administration, we do not receive the full invoice. We will receive elements of the invoice, so it's kind of a different system. But there were, once again, some notes that were left here by my colleagues that, once again, I think were very, very on point. I mean, the type of concerns that must be had when implementing this type of transversal system and ensuring the EU harmonization. Indeed, this is now, I think, one of the big challenges. I think that experiences like ours can be now very useful for a country like France, who will now implement, I'm sure, based on the experience that has been collecting from the other countries. It will naturally implement the best approach that is now available. The challenge for all of us now in Europe, and in here I totally understand the issues raised by companies, will be to ensure that we will be able to, following now what France will implement, and France here I think can have an interesting leading role, now as EU presidency, but then also as a major country in Europe, so that we can all go towards a unified standard model of electronic invoicing. Because otherwise, what the companies were here mentioning may be indeed a challenge, because small changes can be a huge problem for companies, because it's that small change that will make the system malfunction. So indeed, this is indeed what I see as now a common challenge to be surpassed.
Céline Frakowiak, vous avez...
Céline Frakowiak, are you aware of the issue of spam? Is it a problem for you? Well, maybe more broadly, more strategically speaking, there is the issue of interoperability between systems. I think that's really the key point. Now, we are looking at harmonization later down the line, which is something we are really eager to get in place, because even though there's good practice in different countries, each country is still going its own way, developing its own system, which can be an obstacle. It can be a barrier for companies, particularly those operating internationally. That is a concern. Equally, from the point of view of the French tax authorities, concern is trying to plan ahead and try to ensure that we operate in an interoperable way. It's a point we've tried to pay attention to in developing e-billing when we started back in 2017, when we introduced it as mandatory between public sector and suppliers. And there we drew on the European standard. That's a standard we will try and abide by as far as possible, but that standard will also need to be adapted over time, because it's the kind of thing which needs to be a living, evolving thing, tying in with our realities as they come on stream. That's something, no doubt, we and our economic operators will have to work on in the next few years. It is a technical subject, and there's real potential for simplification. Thank you. Okay, let's look at some of the questions now which have been asked via the platform on e-billing. Number one, this is from Mr. Correa. Deputy Director General in charge of indirect taxation in Portugal. So the purpose of pre-compiled VAT forms, now, is this accessible? Is this going to happen in the near future?
It's already available since 2018. And what we are doing is, so for output VAT, we already pre-fill, for output VAT, we already pre-fill several fields of the VAT return for all taxpayers. Now, for input VAT, for deductible VAT, where the core challenge is from a technical perspective, we only allow deductible VAT, or we are only able at the moment to take care of deductible VAT, of pre-filling deductible VAT, only for small and simple taxpayers, which have simple tax situations. So in 2018, so this is once again a step-by-step approach. So, I mean, the answer is the quick answer is yes, we are already pre-filling VAT returns. For output VAT, it's easier to do it, and it's easier to cover a larger number of taxpayers. For input VAT, we are already doing it, but only for small taxpayers. It's more challenging.
Thank you.
The next question is from Bruno Soren. So, is France going to follow Portugal and have mandatory certification for the billing software programs in order to ensure secure, traceable data? Celine Frekoviak, what's planned? Well, indeed, what Portugal has done is not necessarily what all the other countries in Europe have done. If you look at the Spanish or Italian models, for example, currently we are not necessarily thinking about having a mandatory certification. That said, we already have certification for billing software which exists in France, and a company, organisation like Invoice, for example, provide that certification, so we don't need to go beyond what we've already got. Okay, next question. What is the B2G experience of e-billing? I wonder who wants to, in terms of what support for projects can that have? Mr. Correa.
I mean, with the B2G standard is an European standard, and what I think it can bring to all of us is the approach, the harmonized approach. But honestly, I mean, the point is that the Portuguese experience, it is based on the SAFT. It's from a technical perspective, is different from the current B2G. So what I would see as gain would be this harmonization approach. Thank you.
Cyril Sautreau.
Oui, si je peux.
Cyril Sautreau. Yeah, I might just build on that. The B2G, European B2G project, nonetheless brought us a European standard, which we're using today, which needs to be extended, as has been said, because what France is doing in order to try and have all bills covered, whereas Europe is aiming for most. There's a difference between what we're aiming for and what Europe aims for. There's nonetheless going to be better. We're seeking better interoperability, a network, if you like, between different operators, such that everyone can more or less automatically connect. At the moment, interoperability between providers is on a one-to-one basis. It's case by case. Now there's the Safe e-delivery protocol in Europe. There's the PEPL network. It's available to everybody operating on the market, and which is indeed derived from the 2014 Directive, which is an important point to be borne in mind when we make our reforms. Celine Frekoviak, indeed, the directive from 2014, nonetheless, if you like, gave rise to all of that standardisation work being done by the European Commission and the EN, the standard that came out, and which we're drawing on, which we would like also to further develop and enhance in order that it can factor in as many business needs and expectations. That is to say, including the e-billing mandate, which is going to come into force. Now, this is very Franco-centric, admittedly, but what has that, or what has B2G e-billing brought us, or can it bring us to this particular project? Well, if you look at the experience we've had rolling it out, we saw that the public platform we had, Chorus Pro, specifically in France, we have experience, I can compare that to what the situation before, and that's why I'd say that that we took a sort of a staged or stepped approach. We did it in successive phases. That didn't solve every single problem, but it did overall increase the quality of that rollout, meaning that everyone, as of 2017, 2018, 2019, was able to start billing electronically fairly easily, without too many hassle, and therefore that particular experience can be beneficial, can help us, and a source of inspiration.
Thank you all very much. Thank you for all your ideas, for all your input. It's been very useful. In just a few minutes, we'll be talking about regional views and European harmonization. That'll be in Roundtable 2, coming up in just a second.
Alors, comme je vous le disais,
So, as promised, we are on to Roundtable 2, which is about the regional perspectives and European harmonizations. So I have with me Jean Formel, who's Director General of Public Finances in France. Please sit down. To Maria Elena Scopio, who is from the Customs Union and the European Commission. And from Rio de Janeiro, we have Marcel Verdi, who is Secretary General of the SIAT. And from Athens, we have Georgios Pitsidis, who is Governor of Public Income. So, Jérôme, you are Director General of Public Finances in France. So, how far do we need to go at European level, in your view? Okay, we need to go quite a way, to be honest, when it comes to harmonization, but we have to realize that we're not starting from nowhere. And in fact, in the approach we put together, we started because the Commission has already started studies in the ways in which European countries and European systems and non-European ones, because we need to look towards our Latin American partners, have started to put together electronic reporting or e-invoicing systems. So this is an approach which goes back a long way. We've tried to take this approach of covering all the angles. The previous roundtable, I think, was an excellent illustration of the issues that businesses are facing. And this was mentioned by one of the participants just now, saying that we need to be careful to make sure we don't have fragmented systems and standards. But to be honest, I'm not too worried about this, basically, because we're talking about tax systems which are covered by European directives. VAT, this is a community system where people are used to having standards in businesses. And I think we were hearing later that the small businesses are worried about increased costs, but large corporations more about standards because they work on various markets. That's their big concern. I think we're going to have to take this process quite far, but the states get involved in this, and we see this illustrated by the Prince of Ministers at this event today. Obviously, there's strong interest. We started looking at what was happening in Portugal, Spain, Italy, and even in very technical areas, by way of illustration, about where you host your data. We're talking about data just now. There are standards in France that are set by INSEE, National Quality Setting Body. These are very reassuring standards when it comes to cloud data storage. The NC standards, when you look at other European countries, are basically identical to what they have there. We have the same level of standardization for data protection and hosting. So we can see that we are, in any case, moving towards convergence. We'll get there gradually, because necessarily there will be some differences at the outset, but probably this will take us quite a way, and there are other advantages. I'll come about this later when it comes to what businesses expect us to. Miguel in Skopje, how far do you think we should go? In Europe, well, obviously we have to take notice of recent technological developments elsewhere. We have seen in new developments in electronic invoicing and electronic accounting and information exchange. We can't ignore that. What we've been able to do with our proposal for a final system, which hasn't really got to the go-live stage at the moment. The idea was to combat fraud and make sure that, in particular, cross-border fraud could be reduced. But states didn't want to go that fast. They'd all remained a bit dead letter. So the intention was to see if we could do more by relying on new technologies. And at the moment, we're working on a scheme, an initiative to be adopted at the end of October of this year. It's called VAT in the Digital Age. And we're working on this so as to be able to take on board the progress made by member states, make sure they're on a level playing field, and identify synergies or forms of convergence, as the GE was saying just now, so that not just large corporations but also SMEs can benefit from these measures. There are risks involved, naturally, because we have the opportunity, and necessarily risk because while this is being discussed at national European level, anything that's done in one country can be a hindrance to harmonization, convergence later. So we have to make sure that what is being offered is something that's beneficial to all countries. Obviously, the data that are collected and exchanged are pretty much the same everywhere because of the way this is done. And this is why we are trying to find the best solution for everybody, make sure this is done roughly similarly, so that we don't have a plethora of different norms and standards, which would mean that businesses couldn't get involved in European business exchanges without barriers. Let's move to Greece, Athens. Georges Spitsilis, could you tell us about Greece's expectation in this respect?
Alors, bonjour.
Good morning, everyone. I'm delighted to be with you this morning, be able to address this very important issue. It's very important for us in any case. Good morning, Jérôme. We seem to have lost the connection with Greece. I don't know, are you back? Oh, yes. Sound is not good, but we can just about hear you. I had prepared a presentation in English so that I could explain what's happening in Greece with our accounting and e-invoicing project. So if I may, I'll share this with you.
On vous écoute.
Yes, we're all ears. Go ahead. Can you see it? We can't, but we can hear you, so maybe we can just listen.
Je vais changer en anglais.
So I'll switch to English. Yes, now we can see it, and we'll switch to English.
Okay, so I'm switching to English. What we have created in Greece, we call it my data, or my data, which stands for Digital Accounting and Tax Application. And to give you an overview, it's a standardization in data collection. It is a digital books platform which is used to collect a summary of the business transactions, so all the sale invoices, classifications of the transactions, and also accounting entries necessary to access the accounting and tax results for each year. Practically, we have created a summary accounting book, a summary profit and loss account based on the transactions sent by all kinds of invoices. It has been standardized by the Independent Authority for Public Revenue, so the tax administrations, and it allows businesses to transmit digitally the information and the tax authority to receive and file them in a uniform manner. It's in pilot phase since October 2020. It's in production from January 2022. We have 5 transmission channels. We had to overcome the issue of electronic invoicing. You know that electronic invoicing is not mandatory under EU law, so we had to find various channels of transmission of data. So we built a system of APIs for direct connection with businesses' systems, the ERPs. We developed 2 web solutions, a web application for small businesses, what you see in number 2, and a freeware for issuing and transmitting invoices digitally, which you see in number 5, and we call it Imologio. We also put in place electronic invoicing providers, and we have a separate channel for online cash registers for retail sales transactions. We have various, let's just say, time frames from transmission, which go from the 20th of the next month for the web application channel, which is for small businesses, to real time when it comes to electronic invoicing and also our freeware platform. The concept is that businesses report only their revenue invoices, not their expenses invoices. Expenses are automatically updated from their clients' revenue transmissions, and retail services are transmitted automatically via OCRs. So if the issuer is consistent, the recipient does not need to transmit the supplier's data. We have worked on electronic invoicing also. We set up a committee. We defined the architecture, the requirements, the data flow, the provided transactions. Parliament voted tax incentives for issuing electronic invoicing, and we have developed a system by which my data validates each invoice before issuance. So all businesses can opt for e-invoicing on a voluntary basis, given, again, as I said, that electronic invoicing cannot be mandatory, at least at this stage. Same thing for online cash registers. All sales receipts must have a QR code, as you can see, which is verifiable. And so far, we have 540,000 OCRs in our registry. Most of them are transmitting data already. A few words about our freeware. We developed a freeware for practically small businesses and sole partnerships free of charge, through which they can issue and transmit invoices to my data automatically. And we have worked a lot with the private sector. We developed video tutorials with professionals from different business sectors to show them how it works. And it's built on public cloud, on a public cloud platform. The current state, out of 830,000 active businesses in Greece, if you add up the numbers, more than 800,000 already are one way or another connected to the system. We have as you can see, we have 675,000 registrations to the ERP API web solution. And we have almost 100,000 businesses that are registered through our own freeware. We have 12 invoice providers that have been certified by us. And 385,000 cash registers are transmitting already retail data. It's a good 72%. Since I'm not going to bother you, I'm going to be very short on that and tell you that so far we're receiving practically 3 million invoices per day. We've reached almost 240 billion euros of value. And we have 455,000 unique businesses sending data.
Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gonzalez. I have to stop you there. We can come back to the rest maybe later on, but to keep things going smoothly, we do need to spread the speaking time around. So put that to one side. We'll come back to it. But if you don't mind, we will turn to Marcelo Verde, speaking from Rio de Janeiro, and who will explain how things work in South America. Good morning, everyone.
The invitation. I'm very pleased to have this opportunity. I think it's important to highlight that in our region, tax systems are very dissimilar among countries. But unfortunately, if we squeeze our tax systems in Latin America and Caribbean, we will see that we have many common characteristics, like high informality, very high evasion rates, and high level of complexity. Another common characteristic of the region is that our VAT is our main tax. It's not the income tax like in Europe. VAT reaches over 25 to 30% of our country's tax revenue. And we have an average rate, evasion rate over 40% on VAT. So it's easy to conclude how fighting against tax evasion on VAT is extremely important for us. But we know that is a very difficult task. An electronic invoice, although it's not the main purpose of electronic invoice, is a very important tool to achieve this reduction on this abusive tax evasion rate. But we have another very interesting common point in Latin American countries, is the high degree of the use of IT, the information technology. Maybe many times we forgot to, but Latin America was the first region in the world to receive a tax return by internet. That was in more than 25 years ago. An electronic invoice was born in Latin America, in Chile, in 2004, quickly followed by Brazil in 2005, Mexico 2006, and this is a reality in more than 14 countries in Latin America. Actually, in Latin America, when we discuss about electronic invoice, we don't ask if we're going to use or not. It's when and what methodology we will implement. Nowadays, in Chile and Ecuador, for example, they are pioneers in the world to send to the taxpayers a VAT draft return. And in Chile and Ecuador is the same level. Over 90% of the taxpayers accept the pre-fitted VAT suggested by the tax administration. And of course, this is a great advantage. This is only possible because we have 100% using electronic invoice of taxpayers in those countries. And so this is a huge benefit for the tax administration and taxpayers, because it promotes desirable, and we need this reduction in the tax transaction cost. And we are simplifying the obligations, no? So we think, I would like to talk about the benefits of the use of the electronic invoice in Latin America. For the sellers, there is no doubt that it facilitates the sales process, optimizing time and resource, reduce the merchandise shipping process, facilitate the planning of the logistics of shipping and distribution of goods, reduction of printing costs, and paper acquisition costs, of course, for the seller. For the buyers, is the availability of the invoice data before they receive the goods. This is fantastic. They can planning their logistics for receiving the goods. And of course, with a benefit in terms of cost reduction, and very important point, elimination of errors inherent of data entry. But there are benefits for both buyers and sellers, like the reduction or elimination of storage costs for fiscal documents. Tons, mountains of papers disappears in Latin America. No? Besides that, there are also relevant benefits for tax administration. I think as improvement in the fiscal control process. For us, it's very, very important. Availability of more extensive information. As we receive not only the resume, we receive all data of the invoice. We have countries using the electronic invoice when the government is buying goods and products. We can verify the price the private sector is paying one day before. So this is another benefit of the electronic invoice. It has been using during the pandemic to monitor the sectors that were more seriously affected with the restrictions and better aim helps and benefits. We are using the electronic invoice to control the level of inflation, the level of economic activities. There are many third benefits from the use of electronic invoice. No, I think it's important to say to put clear that in Latin American countries we receive the invoice as the buyer, all data of the invoice, and we don't use the certification process, and we don't have problem using this, and this is cheaper for the companies. So I think that is for me to conclude. Electronic invoice accomplished several objectives. Modernize the relationship between taxpayers and the tax administration, and among taxpayers themselves. Enhance tax administration's control capacity, what is very important for us, and reduce the tax transaction cost. And now we have a very important tool to validate the credits, and this is very important. I don't have time to continue to talk about the abuse of the credits, but it's another very interesting benefit of the use of electronic invoice. Finally, to conclude, thank you very much, Mr. Jerome, for the invitation. I'm very pleased to have this opportunity. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much to Marcio Verdi. Maria Elena Scopio, let me turn to you again. Can Europe draw inspiration from what Latin America is doing? Well, we've tried to draw inspiration from everywhere and everyone. We take a look at the realities that are currently applied, and we'll also be taking a look at what might be applied elsewhere. There's a public consultation that's been initiated, and that'll go through until April of this year. The idea being to garner the views of everybody. There are also more formal consultation rounds with the member countries and the different associations, the different business sectors and so on. So we're going to put everything on the table and identify the most promising options. Jérôme Fournel? Perhaps I could raise three things that I'm struck by in listening to all of this. First of all, we see that e-invoicing, e-reporting, whatever options are chosen, when it's in a specific zone, it spreads. That's what we've seen in Latin America, but also in Europe, with the different initiatives being pursued. Now, why does it spread in this way? We've seen that in the previous interventions as well, on the previous round tables and when the minister spoke. It's because it's a win-win situation. So there's a joint interest, and we have to work on that. We have to exploit it. It's in everyone's interest to move forward with e-invoicing. There are advantages for businesses. There are also advantages for administrations at state level. And then thirdly, in Europe, we're fortunate. The EU, as it's set up, well, we've got the Commission, and we've got a common framework for VAT. So we've got all of the ingredients that will make it possible, including in a consultation process, which has started up 21st of January, I think. That's one element as well. Well, all of these ingredients are there to move forward. And also we're pragmatic. I was listening to what Yorgos was saying. He was talking about the fact that there's no, well, in the community context and with the VAT Directive, we can't impose e-invoicing. What we have done, though, is to ask for a waiver. That was issued recently, 25th of January, so that we could impose e-invoicing and make it compulsory that it be accepted by businesses. They have no choice. We have our timeline for all of this in our project. So we've got all of these elements that converge towards a capability that we have. I mean, we tend to say that the process is very long. It's going to take an awfully long time. There's a certain number of countries have already got tools, 13. That's not bad. I mean, it's almost half of the EU that's already started this sort of project. So there's a move towards convergence, a sort of spreading and converging. It's all there. And I'm convinced that 3-4 years down the road, we'll see actually that we managed to move ahead even faster than we realized at the time, and we're realizing now, largely because of the win-win aspect. Take a look at the amounts involved. Olivier referred to these 4.5 billion savings. That's a minimum. VAT fraud, it's a tax gap, it's 140 billion, roughly. So you can see what the situation is. And we haven't referred to all of the simplifications for businesses that are going to come about. But anyhow, there are very strong arguments in favor of this. And when that happens, things work. Maria Elena, what sort of advantages are involved in the introduction of a European system? Well, we've got a very clear idea of what the advantages are. The individual systems have advantages. That's already been pointed out in the fight against fraud and reducing the VAT gap on a consistent basis. But the fact that there's fragmentation or a lack of convergence means there's a cost involved for companies, 1.6 billion per annum. We can't afford such costs when there are solutions that exist, when it's possible to avoid these costs and to facilitate life, while at the same time preserving the effective nature of the fight against fraud with the measures we have, but going about things in a different way. And this means that there's a disproportional burden, administratively speaking, for companies. You were saying that there are 13 EU countries that have an e-invoicing or an e-reporting system already. So do you want there to be an identical system for everybody, or we keep the systems that have been introduced by the different countries and we try to harmonize them? Maria Elena. It's early days yet to say, because we've really just started taking a look at the technical side of things, and we're garnering opinions and drawing on experience. When we present a system, we always try to come up with one that's going to be valid for everybody, but we acknowledge that in this case there has to be flexibility because of the national realities and specificities. So we must strike a balance, the right balance between convergence and flexibility, so that we don't force member states to follow to the letter an identical system for all. We have to do what can be done to avoid the excessive costs. Yorgos, what do you think?
Bon, essayons de répondre en français.
I'll try to answer in French. Well, we tried to deal with the problem that the e-invoicing is not compulsory. So we did two things. We created a global system where invoices come in for all companies, for all businesses. That's one side of things. And then we also worked on initiatives on e-invoicing. The difficulty that we have is to convince businesses that it is win-win. Jérôme was saying it is win-win. But they have to feel that and see it on a daily basis. And that's what we're working on currently. We're trying to simplify the tax returns, which are based on the data that we collect. We've been working very hard with the private sector. We've set up working groups to create a platform that makes things easier for them. And also, we're explaining to them that if everyone is involved, then we might be able to do away with certain other compulsory aspects of a return, which are a source of problem today. Thank you. Jérôme? Yeah, I think there are two important things here. Let me pick up on the last point made by Yorgos. The fact that in the community situation there are all sorts of obligations, very specific ones. Declaration of exchanges of goods or of services, and then the fight against fraud. They've got the YES, which makes it possible to register all VAT players in this fight against fraud. And we know that in the EU over the last decades, in fact, there have been all sorts of VAT fraud issues that have been linked to the transfer of goods between countries. So we've got all of this, an e-reporting system, and e-invoicing would make it possible to replace the existing obligations by this new system. And that would be part of the savings that have been referred to. Huge amounts of euros could be done away with, and that was in the interest of companies. Second element, and obviously this will be part of the consultation round, and it's part of our way of looking in which, the way in which we develop the system, and our colleagues are doing the same in other countries as well. We think that there's the right balance to be struck. I mean, there's the principle of subsidiarity that would apply here as regards what we're trying really to standardize, a set of data, minimum data that would be applicable to all countries, and then complementary additional aspects that could be developed by countries for their own purposes that they might want because it's going to be useful for them. So there could be different levels, a minimum level at community level, moving towards tools to be used in the fight against fraud at EU level, which is very important. And that would give visibility and security to enterprises, to businesses. They'd see the advantages for them. And then the advantage of the digital world is that once you've stored your data for invoicing, VAT, sales, whatever, on the cloud or wherever you want, then you can then pull out of it the relevant data that you want to pool or just use a small part. I mean, it's not terribly complicated, but where we do have to be careful is when it comes to the leeway, the room for maneuver, particularly if we take a look from the point of view of competition in the EU. Invoice standards, for instance, what are we going to do about that? This sort of issue will probably require a greater margin. In other words, we shouldn't seek to be totally centralized. We need, however, to have enough in the way of shared elements so that interoperability can work and that the operators can compete with each other. Thank you. Marcio, you want to add something?
Yes. It's a short comment about the cost for the private sector. Actually, in Latin American countries, we didn't have this problem because maybe we don't request a certification, but the main support that we have received to implement the electronic invoice in Latin American countries came from the private sector. So I think it's a good idea is to evaluate. There are many European countries working in Latin America. They are all there using the systems, and we have different solutions in Mexico or Chile or Brazil, Ecuador. They are quite simpler, but the main support comes from the private sector. So for me, it's a little square to hear that the cost could be a restriction to implement the electronic invoice, because we didn't have this problem in Latin American countries. Thank you.
Marcio, stay with us because we're going to move on to the Q&A round. There have been questions coming in on the website. In Latin America, are all of the countries involved in the same way in this process, even those that have got a more restricted administration? Over to you, Marcio.
Sorry, I didn't hear all the questions, but in Latin America, we have different solutions. But in Mexico, Brazil, Guatemala, Uruguay, Argentina, Colombia, we have 100% or quite 100% using only electronic invoice, like Chile, Brazil, Mexico. And we're using different methodologies. There are countries that the seller send the invoice direct to the tax administration. There are others we have a nut in the middle, a private company that receive, process, and send to the tax administration. But all, even in small countries like Guatemala, Panama, Costa Rica, the solutions were created with a strong participation of the private sector in all countries. Actually, we did together.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. And now a question for Maria Elena. Is the Commission going to change the 2006 directive where the use of e-invoicing is to be subject to acceptance by the addressee? Well, this is what I can say. Our initiative, which is in the pipeline, is to do with e-reporting, is to do with reporting in general. It's e-reporting, but it's not just e-invoicing. It's the way in which transactions are declared, are notified. So this question is more to do with the more technical aspects of invoicing as described in the directive. It is true that the directive is not up to date. You always have to ask for a waiver in order to apply electronic invoicing. For the moment, we're focusing more on the way in which the electronic reporting can be done. But in this area, we're making sure that there are possibilities for modernizing the way in which invoicing is dealt with as laid down in the directive. There has to be unanimity, in other words, when there are changes, and I really think it's worthwhile. Thank you. The fact that there are no international norms or standards as regards the format or the content of invoices, is that something that prevents electronic invoicing? I would say, by definition, if we had a single invoice format with one set of standards, life would be an awful lot easier. Objectively speaking, we don't think it's a prerequisite. There's no need, there's no reason not to be able to function. I mean, we have to have a certain amount of data, that's already been said. There have to be invoicing norms, but not too much, because otherwise things become impossible to manage if you've got dozens and dozens of invoice formats to deal with. But if you've got just a few formats to manage, And we have a situation where different countries, different businesses, different platforms can adapt to the different formats so that they can accept them. Then objectively speaking, with 3 or 4 formats, I think you should be able to manage things. I think that we can have a certain level of diversity. We don't have to have a single approach. Well, I'm saying this before hearing what the Commission is going to say, but in France we've got a sort of not just a mixed system, but it's a mixed double system. There's the public platform, then there are also private platforms that can exist, and it's mixed doubles as well because we've got e-invoicing and e-reporting. So we've taken a broad-based approach in order to cover pretty well everything. But in a way, I think this would be well adapted to what will come out of the consultation round and with a view to greater harmonization.
Non, je pense que
I think everything's been said. We're all on the same wavelength. I think we all have the same goals. Different ways of getting there, of course, but it's pretty obvious to all of us that it's in our common interest to combat fraud and to make the exchange of bills quicker, more modern. That would help those in accounts departments, and not to create too much of an administrative burden in the future. Thank you very much. Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Marilena Scopio. Thank you, Mario Silverdi from Rio de Janeiro. Thank you, Georgios Pitsilis from Athens. And thank you, Jérôme Fournel, Director General of Public Finances for France. Thank you for that high-level quality exchange. Stay with us for just a few seconds, and we'll be moving on to part 2 of today's conference very soon. See you soon.
Merci de nous rejoindre pour...
Welcome back to part 2 of this morning's conference on e-invoicing. Now, we're going to look about how we can best support companies in implementing electronic billing. I'm joined by Nathalie Roy, who's a technical advisor for the Economy, Tax and Sustainable Development at U2P, which is the French Union of Local Businesses. I also have Nathalie Bidal, Tax and Finance Director for Procter & Gamble Group. Marjorie Breuil, Tax Manager for the EDF French Business Units, and as well as being Head of VAT and Customs. And then we have Claudio Carpentieri joining us from Italy. He's head of the tax department at the Italian National Confederation of Craft and Small and Medium-Sized Enterprises. And we also have with us in the studio Christian Kochtevagaard. Hope I haven't massacred your name too much. From the Danish Industry Confederation and chair of the VAT Working Group for Business Europe. Thank you all for being here, present or remotely. Nathalie Roy, first of all. Your view is that a number of things have to be borne in the balance for the reform to be a success for small and medium-sized enterprises. What would you say they are? Good morning, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for holding this conference. Thank you for inviting us at UTP. We represent all small businesses, independent traders, our artisan businesses across France. We also are a member of SME United. Now, this is a major pivotal reform. It's going to happen in France for various reasons. First of all, I want to say that, yes, it's about electronic billing, but it's actually much more than that. As we've seen during the previous round tables, we've also have e-reporting obligations coming on stream. And so we're reforming both billing, but we're also bringing in e-reporting at the same time. In particular, because the two are coming in along the same time scale, and that means that businesses will have to implement these reform fairly quickly, because as of 2024, most French businesses are going to have to comply with the new obligations incumbent upon them. As of 2024, for the SMEs, and particularly the smaller SMEs in France, we'll have to start choosing which of the paperless platforms we want to use for our e-billing. The reform covers B2B, B2C relationships. That means millions of relationships across France. And all these very many diverse companies are going to have to weigh up the impacts for them. And it's going to affect all their business processes, or indeed their resources, their skills as well. These are points we need to bear in mind. In particular, in SMEs, you don't often have specific support services that you can simply outsource this to or to delegate it to. Often the manager is involved in production as well. Everyone does everything in a small business. So there are a number of points we want to draw your attention to. Specifically, every part of the business is going to be affected. All relations with customers, suppliers, every stakeholder in the chain. One's own service providers, for example, your IT provider or whoever. That then is the general environment we're operating in. And then looking at some of the more tangible impacts, which for the time being are more simply concerns, we have many of such concerns, in particular cost, so the direct and indirect cost, in particular for those companies which perhaps aren't sending out hundreds of thousands of bills every year. The question is really, is there going to be an economy of scale for them? Is it not going to be an additional administrative burden? All the indirect cost relating to the available human resources and so on. So cost, complexity as well. That's to say, how can they respond quickly enough? Should they outsource certain parts of their business? Bearing in mind that these were previously transactions that managers were in control of, therefore there's a whole level of extra responsibility and monitoring that's needed. Plus then you have security of, say, IT systems. issues to do with the processing and preservation of data, not just your own company's data, but also the issue of cyber security on the publicly available platforms. This is a growing concern, particularly amongst the smallest SMEs. Now, we know that every reform has its share of, shall we say, scams, people trying to, some of which is fraudulent. So then you equally, you have solutions which are simply unsuitable for our businesses, which are being more or less imposed on them. Hence, the environment we're in is one where we are all really quite concerned. And so those SMEs working with the public sector, they use the existing platform, Chorus Pro. Now, it has advantages, but it's not completely, it's not perfect, shall we say. Okay, thank you. Nathalie Bidal, we've heard from a representative of small business about their concerns. Large companies are not, are also affected in the sense that your group, Procter & Gamble, is a multinational, of course, and that includes present in a number of countries, including companies which have introduced e-reporting and e-billing. What are the issues from your point of view? Well, for big firms like Procter & Gamble, e-billing is a high impact but also high risk project, and therefore it has to be a high priority. It's also a project which is potentially the source of great opportunities, on condition that certain points are borne in mind. We tend to think of these projects as good news. That does mean taking a rigorous approach, and the first few years are often challenging, but overall it's good news. And the COVID crisis has shown us that we can't simply work in a world where paper is king and it depends on paper billing. And so there are preconditions or prerequisites that need to be met for the project to be a success, to work for the tax authorities and for business. One of the prerequisites, in our view, is that it has to be designed in a straightforward, pragmatic way, and ideally national systems should be as close and similar to each other as possible. We've mentioned this already this morning. I would say they should have similar models, as simple as possible, for various reasons, proportionality being one. E-billing is not going to solve all your problems. So the model, the complexity of the model, has to be adjusted to what you're seeking to achieve with it. Objective number one, of course, is for suppliers to bill customers, and that information should also be communicated to the tax authorities. Now, the risk of trying to use e-billing as a kind of magic bullet is that the systems introduced are simply too complicated and unmanageable. So keep it simple and be pragmatic. The rules that we introduce need to be as close to business reality as possible. A simple example, we are present in 70 countries, around 20 of which have mandatory e-billing at present. In one of these countries, businesses have been asked to confirm that a bill they've received was valid within the space of a few days. Now, that's impossible for a business like ours. We take a few days, more than a few days, to check the 20 or 30 items or so we need to check before being able to say that the bill is valid and record it in our ledger. And so all points like that, parameters like that, need to be discussed upstream with the businesses before implementing the system, so that we can actually work it. As I said, similarity of systems is important. We've got 20 or so countries where we have e-billing, and we have 20 different systems. You can group them together in clusters or families, but nonetheless there are still differences between them. And so I hope that for those countries that in future implement e-billing, one of those 20 models will be suitable. But I would call on all tax authorities looking at the subject today to look around Europe, look at the French model, for example, which is quite well advanced, look at the Italian model as well, and to simply try to not reinvent the wheel, but not create your own system, simply take inspiration from what exists already and what works. That's very much what Marie-Hélène Scopio said from the European Commission said a few minutes ago. Thank you. Marjorie Brie, you're a tax manager at EDF. Do you wish to build on what Nathalie Vidal has told us? I agree entirely with what's been said. There are 3 points I wanted to respond to. Business is generally favourable to e-billing. Above and beyond what's been said, we do need a secure system. That's been mentioned this morning. Business is paying great attention to data manipulation, particularly billing data. And to have to ensure that's not misused. The French system, the European system, which is being built, needs to be completely fraud-proof. The second point mentioned is dialogue. There has to be a genuine dialogue between business and government. That is a key point. And again, in the French reform, government has held workshops, has held liaison events with hundreds of companies, but they've also been able to had what we call privileged dialogue, a closer dialogue with certain companies, medium-sized companies, big companies as well, in order to try and listen to what they have in terms of needs, what their concerns are, and take account of their particularities. That was something we really thought a lot of, and that's allowed us to enter the reform with peace of mind. And we think that it'll make the whole process smoother for us. The last point is to do with the profile, if you like, visibility. This is a complex reform, quite clearly, and we're working with the tax authorities today on some of the external specifications which have been mentioned. At some point, however, we will have to look at, say, there is a date by which where the specifications are set in stone, as of which things don't change anymore. That would allow companies to have this visibility upstream, predictability, if you like, and make decisions, plan for investments. At the moment, they're looking at the models that are out there, the solutions which are floating about, but they're having to choose between having an in-house platform, an outsourced platform, a public platform which already exists. But we need a stable environment to do that, so that cost managers can actually take informed decisions. Thank you. Let's head towards Italy now. Claudio Carpentieri, you are head of the tax department at the Italian National Confederation of Craft and Small and Medium-Sized Enterprises, a bit like the U2P here in France. Good morning to you, Mr. Carpentieri. We've just heard Laura Castelli, your Deputy Minister of Finance. She was here this morning with our Finance Minister. She was explaining how things had been a success in Italy with the e-billing revolution. Is that a feeling that you can confirm, the SMEs you represent? Would they agree?
Assolutamente sì.
Yes, absolutely. I think the mandatory e-billing in Italy started in 2014. That was when the project began. First of all, it was private companies billing the government only, which meant that allows the administration to actually have a real-time overview of public spending. That was then extended to B2B transactions. I say all businesses have been obliged to issue electronic invoices as of 2019. Now, as of December, the European Commission agreed to extend the waiver we have to the 2014 VAT directive in order that electronic billing remains in force for another 3 years. Now, for us, for small and medium-sized enterprises, all of who are billing VAT, we have around 1.4 million businesses which are not covered by the rules, but in the next few years they are set to be. essentially, even the exceptions are being brought into the fold, and all businesses will be obliged to bill electronically in the near future. The way electronic billing works in Italy is if I may show you two slides, that will help illustrate what I'm saying. Just give me a second to find them and share them with you. Now, this illustrates the system. We have what we call an interchange window. That's what SDI stands for. That is managed by the Italian Revenue Agency. So that's the tax authorities. Is the intermediary for all electronic bills which are sent and received. Any company has to go on a portal managed by the Italian Revenue Agency. They register their invoices on there so that in real time that bill can be exchanged in real time and the data downloaded. So any business at any time has a real-time overview of all invoices they have issued and received from other firms. The Revenue Agency is also able to preserve those, offer free of charge conservation of bills over time. So this storage is not necessarily, the software used for that doesn't necessarily dialogue successfully with the billing software used by businesses. And so over time, those businesses which are more tech savvy find that unnecessary. Those which are not find it quite a useful possibility because they perhaps don't have the necessary systems. Now, as I say, the SDI has a full record of all bills sent and received through it. Now, in terms of the advantage resulting from this system is that, as I've previously said, for any business, you have a real-time overview of all the bills that you've sent and those you've received from 1 hour to the next, literally. And you can track the progress of your bill as well via the Revenue Agency. All of which has sped things up, has made things more efficient, especially in terms of tax collection. It's helped us combat tax evasion. In 2020, the VAT returns to the state were up by 2 billion euros. Now, it's not all plain sailing. There are a few points of criticism. It's quite difficult to actually compile bills, and it does increase accounting costs for businesses. However, we should draw a distinction here between smaller companies whose internal billing software doesn't necessarily dialogue easily with the one used by the platform, and for whom actually just issuing the bills is a challenge. That's not necessarily going to reduce their cost. And indeed, costs have gone up for smaller businesses, whereas for larger companies have tended to benefit from it. Because if you've got your own internal tax department, if you're big enough to have that, then of course you can have economies of scale, and you've actually reduced the time spent issuing per bill, issuing your invoices. And of course, they save on storage, because previously they were spending money storing paper bills in files in warehouses, whereas now they don't have to do that anymore. So accounting costs are actually been reduced for large companies, whereas for small companies they've tended to go up. Now, in terms of compiling VAT returns, so Mr. Carpentier, we're going to have to cut you there.
Yes, sorry to interrupt, Mr. Carpentier. We'll come back to this VAT return a bit later. We want to talk about costs a bit more, and I'll give the floor to Christian Kotfordgarde. You're from a confederation of business employees in 35 European countries, and you have frontline experience of the problems businesses face. Could you tell us exactly what they are?
Yes, thank you very much. And first of all, I really appreciate us being able to discuss this today. We fully support the modernization, but I think the challenge we are facing, and it flows through all the speakers, is that we are seeing potentially 27 solutions to the same problem. And the problem for a business operating across Europe is, first of all, they're not being tax experts. It's not what they are in business for. And we have to recognize that it has to be easy continuously to issue an invoice. And where do you find the appropriate information about invoicing systems? How do you ensure that your software is compatible? How do you ensure that I follow and adhere to the rules in Italy, in France, in Spain? And I think it's true to say that almost every entity have a European transaction, one way or the other. They buy goods, they sell goods, and if we make it too complicated, we have a challenge there. So, we really appreciate also the efforts and the consultation launched by the Commission. It is essential that we find that interoperability. We simply have to make that a success. So, another element is also, does making invoicing digitally, is that the magic token that also resolves a lot of the underlying VAT issues? And it was said earlier today, the right to make a mistake. I think that was from the French minister. And I think that is extremely important, because we will make mistakes. We cannot fully comply. We cannot fully understand all the details when you have to issue invoices day to day, hundreds of them, potentially tens. If it's not your core business to understand all VAT systems, a mistake will happen. So we have to allow the fact that you have to correct it. So we also have to make it future-proof. Goods, services, is that distinction relevant? A lot of businesses are struggling with that. And we have to figure out, are the systems we put in place now agile enough to sort of make those changes, so we don't sort of corner ourselves in the current system, but we have to be agile. So it has been said, and that's really the benefit for me, because all the points as taken, all the key things as mentioned. I think the important element is that we are in it together. Businesses are tax collectors also in this area, which is sometimes forgotten, but it's a huge effort. And the legitimate business does an enormous effort in being compliant, which has to be recognized. So every time we make certain things in terms of trying to combat fraud, all the legitimate businesses will have to comply with that and make a huge effort, which has to be recognized. So we're looking in devil in the detail and what are the benefits, and I'm sure we're coming back to that.
Good.
Nathalie Roy. Just want to come back to what Claudio Carpentier was saying about the cost issue. Would you say that this is something that UDP is worried about? Yes, quite obviously. We are worried about this. We're afraid of this. Because this is a cost issue for SMEs, but if we're talking about direct and indirect costs, it's very important to have impact studies to understand what's happening, and they need to take into account the wide range of different businesses, the different things they do, the way they use systems, so that we can see how each business relates to the reform. And basically the idea, and certainly we're working on this, what we want is to have information that's not just handed down to businesses, but that is properly targeted and tailored to the needs of SMEs. I agree with what Marjorie said about being pragmatic and straightforward, and we need tailored, personalized support. What we need, how can I put it, is to have an operational survey of the gap between the idea of the reform and actually what businesses are doing in terms of implementing this, so that we can see what it's like for the end user. And at the same time as we keep businesses informed about the reform, we can provide them with particular self-diagnosis tools so that they can see where the headroom for improvement is and where the different parts of their business and processes are that need to be adjusted. And ideally, you would have a cost impact so that you can see exactly what you need to do, not just in terms of ideas, but tools. There are all sorts of tools like webinars, TPs, etc., and have people who are contact points in the tax offices. So it's not just a basic one-size-fits-all package. We need something that is targeted. Yes, I wanted to say about costs and the assumption that large corporations are making huge savings here. Today, the e-invoicing projects have not produced a payout for us. We're not getting anything back on our investment. We feel this could change, but on two conditions. Firstly, that there be standards so that the implementation costs come down, and that these standards enable to have end-to-end invoicing automation right the way through to the accounting systems, and there will be synergies there. For the moment, we're seeing the opposite. And if there are synergies, this could become attractive, of course. Marjorie Boy, already hearing about European harmonization, whereas the French domestic reform hasn't yet come into force. Is this something you're worried about? Would you say, okay, the system's coming in, and maybe we're going to have to change? Is that an issue for you? Natalie, well, would you say this is something that you see as a challenge? Yes, well, stability and maintaining the systems developed is important for all businesses, and harmonization, as we said this morning. Quite a number of people around that issue who would say that we need a common stable framing. Italy has its own system that's been developed. France is doing it. Yes, and it's happening elsewhere. So you can see that there are places where you've got a common core that's emerging. But what the Commission has to do in that respect is very important for all groups across Europe in national business. We have to make sure that costs are limited, and for that we need a virtually harmonized system. Yes, indeed. I think that's very important. Christian, any feelings about that, about harmonization in particular?
Yeah, I mean, we really like harmonized systems, but I was thinking this morning, we had 4 good presentations on our approaches. Which one would you go for? And I understand, I mean, each country has invested. So it is a daunting challenge to figure out how do we find a common interoperability? How do we ensure that those investments already been made is not having to be redone? Would we potentially have to look into a grouping of models, so we have sort of 3 or 4 core models in Europe, rather than going for the Big Bang right now? So having the long time horizon saying that this is what we aim for, but I mean just reducing from 27 to 4 or 5 models is by itself a huge simplification. And at least it ensures that you know what you can expect. So it's a tricky one because we fully understand the member states and why they have done what they have done. The challenge is when we put them next to each other, how do we make this operational? So creativity, I suppose, is what we are looking for in the Commission proposal and also in the discussion between member states. And I mean, we think everyone has an interest in making this a success. But we have to be pragmatic and find the best solution in a difficult world.
Coming to Claudio Campaderi, coming back to the VAT questions you wanted to report on, it's quite clear that this is a big issue for SMEs in Italy. Is that correct? Well, it could become a problem because the tax authorities and the Ministry of Economy and Finance are envisaging going even further, which would mean it would be compulsory not just to have invoicing, but also to make it compulsory to comply with a certain number of automatic codes that have to be on the invoice, which would make it possible to pre-fill in the VAT return. So when it comes to VAT, all the information would already be in the invoice. And the result of this could be that businesses or accountants received a pre-completed form. And the thing about this is that the person who's responsible for issuing the invoice has to become a tax expert because they have to be familiar with the right codes that need to go in. Because for the moment, all we have is a very small percentage of business people who can fill in their forms. Often they get other people to do it. And those that don't usually ask an accountant or someone else to do it. For everybody to be able to do it, then everybody is going to have to use the services of an expert, a specialist like an accountant to fill in these codes. What we're planning to do going forward in Italy is to use the European e-invoicing format so that there can be a dialogue across European service providers. That's all I had to say. Thank you very much to the French Finance Ministry for inviting me here. Yes, I know we've got some questions coming in through the event platform, and we'll come back to you with those later on. Coming back to Nathalie, you were referring to the impact, the repercussions on small, medium-sized enterprises. Are you thinking about software houses, publishers? You know, I'm not saying that they're all the same. I'm not talking about all the software houses. No, I think you're worried about what we call fake platforms. Yes, there are issues with scams, frauds of various sorts, but in addition to that, you have a problem, especially when we talk about digital transformation, transition. We know that today there are service offerings that are not meeting businesses' needs and therefore are extremely costly and unaffordable for businesses, so they don't meet their needs. So there's that, and the problem of identifying the right areas, because you could have not quite honest platforms There's the whole issue of marketing, cold calling, especially with the at-source levies, because there were companies that were subject to abusive cold calling. So we definitely need to take that on board in working for this reform. Nathalie Bidal, your request, I think, is that this be an ongoing effort because it's started already, it goes back months, and you want this cooperation with the authorities to continue so that we can have a smooth introduction for this for all companies, big and small. Yes, we have a very wide range of experiences here. Some countries have produced their requirements without consulting business. Others, such as in France, have got us involved at a very early stage and are continuing to do so at quite a fast pace. And I think that's where we need to go. Consultation with businesses has to be at the design stage of the system when we're talking about pilot schemes, so that you can trial the robustness of the system, make sure it covers all business cases, and that businesses can issue and receive invoices at a pace that will not block their processes. And then it's also important to provide support during the launch. The launch has to be long enough. For an e-invoicing project, has to be at least a year. If you add to that some e-reporting on top of e-invoicing, then you're talking about 2 years. And it's only if you give yourself that sort of timeline that it will be possible to have a good project up and running. And then last but not least, when the time comes where you issue electronic invoices, you need support, you need a hotline, you need people in the tax authorities on the technical side that can provide this technical assistance to businesses, because mistakes will be made. We haven't got everything right, and therefore you need support to businesses. Marjorie? Yes, totally agree with that. Because this period I was referring to just now has provided good support. We're very satisfied with France has done. This transition towards e-invoicing has gone pretty well. And we have to be careful and make sure that the support does not just exist at the beginning, at the design stage, but that throughout the process with the paperless processes, the software houses, all the businesses are up and running because there will be tendering processes. And I think for large corporations, it's going to be about 2 years to digest all this. And you have to have the right amount of time to choose operators and have them competing. So I think probably mid-2024 is about right. Let's turn to questions now. And we have a question first for Mr. Coventry. In Italy, what percentage of businesses were ready by the deadline? And how did you deal with those who were running late? How did you get those on board? Well, how did we manage that transition? Well, the tax authorities, I think, managed this fairly well because we were able to draw on the experience that we had with electronic invoices. There was a portal on the tax authorities' website that offered simple advice, but there was a very critical issue here because of Italian culture and this fear of making a tax mistake. There are still companies asking service providers, intermediaries, to produce their invoices because businesses ought to be able to issue their invoices. We haven't got there yet. Come to Christian Godverter. For businesses, which would you say are the right questions that need to be asked to make sure they get their transition to e-invoicing right?
That's a big question. How do you get it right? I mean, first of all, you need to have access to easy, understandable information on what do you actually require. But you also need to figure out how would this be embedded into your normal business transactions. It has to be part of your everyday process. So, I mean, it's a long process to make yourself ready, and probably my colleagues having first-hand experience in directly implementing could share some of that experience. But I mean, one of the issues is also if you're a large company, you have to do programming, and the IT language is English, because some of that is not developed in your own country. So we have to make sure that they understand actually what it is needed and whether the rules you have to implement, are they clear?
Nathalie Bidal, vous voulez
Could you add to that, Nathalie Bidal? Yes, Christian took the words out of my mouth. Because a very simple thing is to have the specifications in English. Because we have international teams. There aren't that many people able to work on this because countries are beginning to bring in e-invoicing. So it's not easy to find the right people. They don't necessarily speak Greek, Spanish, French, or whatever. It's going to be difficult because all of these specs are going to be translated. So it might be a good idea for that to be done immediately by the national tax authorities. My advice when it comes to setting up an e-invoicing project is to get together a multifunctional team because invoicing is in the engine room of a company. Influence set of things. So you have to have a clear understanding of all the invoices issued, understand the business case so that you can do a requirements and mapping exercise and understand. Another question.
Is it possible to find consensus in European countries as regards to minimum information in electronic invoicing in order to have a truly European system with the possibility of adding additional information per country? Marjorie? Well, I think we should turn to the administrations of the administrations for that. Yes, I would say. Under the directive, there's minimum information that's required already. In the work being carried out today in France, we're seeing that there are a number of other elements that can be added for technical matters or business case issues or what have you. So it's up to businesses and the administration perhaps to discuss this, to see what the standard should be. But we already have something in the directive. Nathalie, do you want to add something? On the issue of harmonization, well, I would say that it's to do with the issue of adapting tools upstream, the possibility of having adaptable tools for all companies and not doing it on an incremental basis. That would be a major prerequisite. Christian?
So, I mean, I already opened part of that debate. I think we have to have a long-term vision and say we need to go to harmonization, but we need to have some stepping stones to get to that point. But I also think it's just so important to say when this becomes a success on a European scale. I don't say if, I say when. What doors can that open in simplification of the EU trade and the VAT system? I think that is really what we have to have as the focal point. That should drive any discussions in this aspect.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all of you. Thank you, Christian. Thank you, Claudio from Italy, Nathalie, the two Nathalies, and Marjorie. Thank you, all of you, for these discussions and contributions. We're now going to move to solutions, the solutions to be introduced to accompany and support businesses as well as we can. It's the final roundtable. Thank you.
Voilà, on arrive.
So we come now to the final session of today's conference, and we're going to be taking a look at solutions now and accompanying measures. We have here Thierry Ardion, who's Vice President of the Association de Simplification et Dématérialisation des Données des Sociétés, the STDS. Sorry for what I was saying earlier on about software. Jean Saffort, who's Vice President in charge of the Trade's Digital Future. He's a member of the Conseil supérieur de l'Ordre des experts comptables, accountants. Armel de Genève, Director of the State Agency for Financial Information Technology, the AIFE, and Philippe Araou, who's President of the European Tax Advisor Federation, ETAF. Thank you to all of you for joining me for this final session today. Thierry Ardion, we'll start with you. What's to be done so that everything runs smoothly, so that businesses don't wait until the very last moment before they find a platform and update their software? We know that the software editors are not always as bad as that. I'm thinking of what was said earlier on. Scams, well, you find them and culprits in all businesses, not just here. Okay, how to be ready in time. I think there are loads of things there. There are things that have already been mentioned this morning. Being aware of the specifications, the rules of the game, making sure they're set in stone as quickly as possible. So the administration obviously is trying to do this for the end of April. I hope we'll manage to do that, because after that, the editors have to be able to adapt. There's a lot of work involved. It's very technical. It's quite a challenge. But the real challenge, I think, far more than technical side, is the question of educating people. And we, in the editor's side, the software editors, we've got all sorts of customers of different sizes. We could say that perhaps the smaller ones will be the easiest to accompany, but there are more of them than the others. So if we're to be able to accompany all, there has to be good communication and information. We're involved because we provide the vehicle, the software. So the software editors are proposing adapted software. They'll be called up on the hotlines if everyone does it at the one and the same time. Others are going to be there to accompany them. There are the chartered accountants who do that as well. I don't think there'll be enough of us, to be quite honest, to accompany all businesses if everybody waits until December 2025 or June 2024 on the receive side. So there's a real challenge involved here, and that's communication, including by the tax administration, by the tax authorities. We can compare with what happened as regards with the withholding tax that was introduced a couple of years back in France. It went very smoothly at the end of the day. The tax authority spent a lot of time communicating and informing, and this has to be done again, but at a much earlier stage because of the potential greater impact for business managers. So there has to be a real explanation of what's going to happen. Companies have to understand what's going on, really, before they can really get to grips with the content. And people have to understand that they have to start on this now. It has to be recalled that the reform will require each business to join a platform for the transit of its invoices, whether it's for sales or purchase. Yes, indeed. The platforms will exist, so people have to choose one. But to choose one, people have to understand why the reform is going ahead. What is e-invoicing? What is e-reporting? We tend to overlook that as well, all too often. So they're going to have this explained to them well before June 2024. It's not enough just to have webinars organized every now and then. And the problem of very small enterprises is that there have to be a project manager designated. That's all very well in a large company, in a large business. You've got a project team. But very often in a small enterprise, you've got, a one-man or one-woman show. I mean, they've got to be able to do their job, understand the reform, prepare things, understand what's going to be the impact on the accounts, on the invoicing, on everything, in fact. and then take a decision as regards the platform. They're going to have to be accompanied, so there has to be the right sort of communication information. Jean, the role of accountants and tax advisors is to assist all of these small businesses, whether it is one or two people. I mean, you were talking about farmers, for instance. Maybe farmers don't know they're going to need to use a platform. So that's your role, is it? To provide assistance and support to all of these small businesses? Yes, absolutely. That's what we do. They count on us. Very often we're talking about structures where there's no administrative structure, there's no accountant. Very often it's the manager or his wife helping out at the weekend on the accounts. I take a look at what I see in 95% of the cases. SMEs, I mean, very small companies in France. We've got 3 million or so in France. I mean, that's the real fabric of France. Most of them have got fewer than 10 employees. And in practice, what actually happens? There's very little in the way of a flow of invoices issued. And what happens is that certain things go ahead without, well, let's say they've got 100 invoices, not per minute, not per day, but in the whole year. Around about 200 invoices received. So they're tiny volumes. And what's good in this reform is that there are 2 dates, and contrary to most larger businesses that are going to be focusing on invoicing received rather than sending out invoices or the reporting. And we'll come back to that because there are all sorts of problems. Anyhow, it's more the e-reporting rather than the invoicing. And we, tax advisors, we need to share all of this with the client, with the customer. And obviously, we're going to have to set up systems so that we can collect the invoices for them. That's the first challenge, collecting. So it's the other way around, if you like. Yes, and establishing contact. Yes, absolutely. So we've got masses of work to do. We have to organize things. We have to make sure that we're in the directory before sort of January 2023. So we've got a timeline set out, and we're going to have to start the accompanying measures. In the previous round table, Nathalie Roy was saying this, a diagnosis, accompanying customers, understanding their problems. And the specificity of these customers is that 80% of them issue invoices using Word, Excel. In other words, Office computer software. So the low number of invoices, well, okay, that's the problem. But some are going to find software, but others are going to use other tools to transform their office activities. So we'll have to run through all of this. It'll take time. They're going to have to understand. I mean, we'll have to make sure they are prepared. So it'll be a two-phased approach, receiving first and issuing afterwards. And we'll be there to make them aware. I mean, we're talking about around about 3 million of these businesses. We're going to try and see over half of them in time. We're starting to organize training courses in the chartered accountants set up in France, so that in 2023 they will be able to train their clients. I mean, it's exactly what was done when we switched to the euro, with all sorts of other changes and modifications that have come about. Some of these businesses are already perhaps getting ready and do it themselves. They're willing to do it themselves, but there are loads of others that say, no, we want you to do it. So that's what we have to do. We have to inform them, we have to train them, we have to accompany them, we have to identify their needs and come up with solutions. Yeah, so the idea is that you're going to have your own platform? Yes, we'll have to. We have to take account of this specific population, a huge number of tiny enterprises, and the need to share things, to pool things. Because the invoices, well, this is going to have to be shared with the entrepreneur, what a size they may be. It's all very well to say it's going to be easier than in the past. Well, why don't you just let them select their own platform? Because they don't know how to do it in the vast majority of cases. 80% of them wouldn't know how to. They can't even issue an invoice. In 80% of the cases, we are the ones who do their accounts. I'm not talking about an audit. I'm talking about the basic day-to-day books. So already we've got the paper invoices that we deal with, and we do an awful lot in the way of dematerialization. And we are the interaction with their banks. So with that category of customer, we've got a very broad-based mission already. And obviously they're going to say to us, well, yeah, you're going to have to continue. So we have to be ready to assist them and do it for them. Armel de Genève from the AIFE. A new public platform? Yet another? So what is the public platform doing in this ecosystem? That is a question that has been running through the previous roundtables as well. And we can see that a state-level solution, well, it varies from country to country. What we've decided to do in France is to develop a public invoicing portal, to invest in this portal. And there are two reasons for this. We consider that this public portal has to be the guarantor or sort of watchdog in two respects, to make sure that the system functions, and also guarantor of a minimum public service that's accessible for e-invoicing. So if we take a look at these two objectives, which are of general interest, let me say that the guaranteeing the correct functioning of the system, well, it's based on two key concepts. First of all, a directory and a concentrating force. The public portal has an initial function, which is a vital one, and we haven't actually spent much time on that yet, and that is making available to businesses and keeping up to date a directory of addressees. As businesses will be able to select their platform, when a business has to issue an invoice, it'll have to know to which platform it should be addressed. If I take things further, I would also say that a business can select several platforms depending on the establishment or the service or any other relevant element. So in that context, it's important to have a solution for the French boomers. It's a bit like the yellow pages or the white pages in the phone directory. So instead of having a postal address and a telephone number with the name, there'll be a business reference, which is in French called SIREN, S-I-R-E-N. We'll put the address of the partner platform. So that's a very important role that has to be played. Through this addressee directory, we'll be able to verify compliance with confidentiality, business confidentiality. We'll be there to guarantee the integrity and safety and security of all elements contained in the directory. Now, on the concentration function, well, I'll gloss over that because it's of less interest to businesses, to be fairly transparent, but it's important to see that this portal will be the single entry point between the tax authorities and the operators on the market, with obviously everything that that involves in terms of harmonization of formats. So two things. Verify the correct functioning of the portal. And then there was a second thing that I was referring to, and that's to be the guarantor of a minimum basis of public service, so that any business in any circumstances at any moment should be able to comply with the obligation of e-invoicing. Some countries don't have this obligation, but France does have this obligation, but it provides hand in hand with it a minimum service. The Portuguese colleague was taking us back in time to 2008. What I'd like to do is to project us into the future, 2026, January 2026, the 6th of January 2026. Now, why? Let's say I'm a baker. I got a small bakery and I haven't been following the advice given to prepare myself in advance, and I deliver my cake to a private company that's located next door to my bakery. In the previous year, I sent a paper invoice. Now I can't do that. So what do? What I do is I log on, I create an identifier on the public portal. Let's call it Chorus Pro of the future. So I log on, I create my identifier. I have to put my phone number so that my identifier, in other words, my professional email address, can be verified. And then, and this will be completely neutral when it comes to the creation of the account, there'll be a service of authentication to verify that I am indeed who I say I am, representing the company and authorized to deposit the invoice. And once I've created my account, I deposit my invoice as a PDF or by putting in the essential data in an online form. Now, once that has been done, my client is informed of the fact that the invoice is available because he or she will receive an email informing them thereof. And then, and this will be totally transparent for the baker, but not for our final object, the data will be extracted and transmitted to the tax authorities. Then the customer can inform the baker that the invoice is being processed, it's been received by mail, saying that it's in the pipeline, and then later inform them that it's going to be, that it's been paid. So once that's been done, the invoices will be archived for 10 years on Chorus Pro. So what I'm saying is that we have created a service. We are in the process of getting ready to introduce a service which will guarantee that the essential functions of electronic invoicing can be dealt with by any company whatsoever, any business. These are the basic functions, all the basic functions, but only the basic functions. And this is where the project is totally consistent with the value added that's expected from all involved and the accountants who will be accompanying the baker.
So, this public platform will be free to use and accessible to all. Is that going to be on top of Chorus Pro, which already exists, or not? And then, second question, why isn't it applicable to everybody? Why isn't there simply one platform, the same one which we publicly owned and run, which could be used by every company for everything, and incoming bills, outgoing bills, and so on? Well, because we are operating what we call a mixed or hybrid system. Now, it's optional to use the public sector platform. You can use it, and we will be able to use it by the baker in question, in my example, if you have no other option, because, I don't know, they're not ready for the time being, or because they haven't yet found the right solution for them. But all the solutions that are out there are open to them, and those are the ones we've mentioned. Very quickly, a baker who has a few bills to send, Chorus Pro will be adequate for their needs in the future. If they have, let's say, more bills to send, then they'll need either some sort of internal capacity, i.e. to buy some software, go and buy one on the market, or, quite simply, they can ask their accountant, for example, to carry out their billing for them. That's an option, and that's one of the options amongst the many that we're offering. What this creates a degree of latitude for everybody and to create extra value. You, for example, I'm looking at you, sir, and you can create extra value added in the services you offer your business customers. So Chorus Pro is an existing platform. So is it going to be replaced, or is it going to be a top-level platform which will manage it? Well, it will be the Chorus Pro. Let's go back to the example of the baker. if today they supply bread to the local town hall, they're already using Chorus Pro because that's public sector. Now, in the future, they will still have the same account. They will still have their bills stored in there. They can manage their invoices via Chorus Pro, but they'll just add other platforms to that, to their existing account. So they'll basically enrich or extend what they're already using Chorus Pro for. Thank you. Philippe Arrault, you are chairman of the Federation of European Accountants. We can see that in France this is starting to take shape. What will happen if European harmonization makes strides? Well, it shouldn't be. It's not if. It's when. The European harmonization has been ongoing for some time. It was began in 2005 at the Commission. There's a 2014 directive. Nonetheless, the definitions have always been very broad or very all-encompassing. It talks about B2G for public services. There's been talk of a standard, but it's really about syntactical and semantic content. So it doesn't go any further than that. And that's because the member states haven't really wanted to go any further. And I wonder whether at the European level, which is where I work, whether we're not actually missing out on something. We're missing out on a golden opportunity to make strides and to deepen the internal market, the single market, which is obviously the roadmap and the dream of the founding fathers of Europe. Because at the end of the day, technically speaking, it's not actually that difficult. It's just simply people don't want to agree. I don't think there is a genuine desire when you look around, when you talk to people. Everyone says the right thing. They say, "Oh, we definitely want more Europe. We want to take things forward." Okay, but when you look at what they do in practice, everyone's basically just doing their own thing. You look at if you look at what's being done behind the scenes, every project is a fundamentally domestic, nationally focused project. It's normal, that's understandable, because they obviously operate at national level, but at some point you have to lift your head above the parapet and see the big picture. Robert Schuman went to post-war Germany and said, we need to bring this country on board and build something new. That was a brave step, and we need brave, bold steps now. Because all the more so because we need to be in this approach of co-construction. You asked a minute ago, what do we need to make this a success? The answer is co-construction. Get everyone involved who's going to be using it in building it. As has already been said, co-building, co-construction with the various stakeholders is a vital key in making it work. So you've mentioned companies, you mentioned accountants, you mentioned software publishers. Okay. Of course, clearly public services, government administrations need to be involved as well. It's no longer the case where the state looks after the common good and business looks after the private sector. Quite clearly, there's a lot of crossover today. Everyone needs to help, if you like, build this new society. Societies are transforming. The economy is mutating as well, and that means we need to work together, because we're all affected. And the question is, or the method is not mandates. It's not. It's getting everyone to help build this project together. Now, I don't want to be too negative. There's plenty of positives to take from this. There was a project run by the Belgian Association of Accountants, which was about setting up a platform based on their experience dealing with member states. There are other projects I could cite as well. But I mean, time is short. We do need to try and speed up in terms of bringing people behind this and getting people to agree on the need for, let's hope, harmonised tools. Thierry Ardion, how can business best be supported? As you said, some companies are well ahead of the game, moving very fast. Others are really unaware of this is going to happen to them. How can we support them best? Do you think a major advertising and communications campaign is necessary, like when France moved to deduction at source income tax, or do you not think that it's perhaps up to software publishers, accounting associations to proactively contact their customers, or is it a job for government at the end of the day? Well, it's a job for a lot of people. it's more complex than moving to taxation at source. Now that was complex, but a lot of it was based around automating processes, that is to say, between the software houses and the government. But it was a lot of the communication there was about reassuring people that it was going to work. Here we're actually talking about changing the way businesses work. Those people who are currently involved in invoicing are going to have to spend a lot of time collecting what they call the SIREN and SIRET numbers, so the registration numbers for businesses in France. My point of view is that, yes, government can raise awareness amongst the population by saying it's 2 years away. That's really not long. And in particular, for those who are going to have to be dealing with business, supporting businesses, so that's accountants, that's software houses, and so on. They need to be speaking to them, and their voices need to be heard. Whereas now, if you go and talk to directors at small, even big companies, and talk about e-billing, they say, "Oh well, yeah, we already issue PDFs, no problem." But in fact, that's not the point of the reform. Maybe the reform's name is the wrong one. It says it's called E-invoicing, but it's not actually a question of generating a new type of file or digitizing a Word document to create a PDF. It's really changing the whole chain. I mean, to explain that, and that message needs to get across. For the time being, it seems a long way away. And if you're a very small business, you're thinking, well, 2026. That's maybe you'd be retired by then. I mean, it's a long way off in any case. Every time there's a big reform in terms of software, people say, "Well, I'm not going to use the next version because I'll be stopping soon. I'll just stick with the old version for now, etc." But they won't have that opportunity this time. That won't be possible. So we need to get that message across, and therefore I think there needs to be a communications campaign starting straight away, basically, on the part of the authorities, and then, as we've said, there need to be stable rules. There are some very technical things to be sorted out. Clearly, the software people have to require that stability. We've already contributed a lot. We've worked a lot with the Director General for Public Finances over the last 2 years. It's been a very fruitful exchange we've had with them. But the rules need to be set. They need to be set in stone, stabilised as quickly as possible, including on e-reporting, because people are going to actually need to know what they are in order to make adequate preparations. And then, obviously, the technical aspect, don't worry, we can sort that out. Jean Safford, if you give a business a register with all the certified platforms, how do they choose? Do they just do it at random? Is it pin the tail on the donkey? How are you to choose a platform? Because the choice of platform seemingly is a decisive one. It can be a major choice. I think it rather depends on what line of business they're in. Why is this the model we've chosen in France, where we have a public sector platform plus partner platforms? Well, the reason is there were a lot of people already creating electronic invoices. EDI has been around since 1990, allowing us to structure documents in digital form, and there's various solutions out there. We've heard about them already. That's really why we've made this choice in France, in order that everybody can find the solutions best for them, depending on their line of business. I mean, I know a company which is going to use 2 platforms. If you're, for example, if you're in, I don't know, a major retailer, or if you're public works, or if you're working with schools, for example, you might be using a particular platform which are more specific to those particular trades. Then there might be more general platforms, that is to say, people who are not in a dedicated or very specific line of business. Businesses who are not really able to do EDI, therefore they going to have they need a more legible, more easily understandable format. We have a Franco-German format, for example, that's been developed in that context. Anyway, depending on your line of business, depending on who your customers are, whether you're billing a local town hall, it will depend what solution you choose compared if you're billing a large firm. And we've seen this during the roundtables. everybody agrees that the information has to be supplied by everybody. So whether it's the employers' associations, the government bodies, the companies themselves, software publishers, etc. So the choice is many and varied. Now there's it needs to be a single collecting platform, because we can't have 25,000 of those. But now the parallel of the yellow pages on business pages that was mentioned earlier is a great idea. It's a great way of simplifying matter for businesses. Businesses currently receive some invoices electronically, others arrive in paper form, and it's chaos really. And so the more concentrated, the more unified things can be, the better. Thierry Ardian, did you want to respond? Well, yes, so depending on the industry you're in, yes, that plays a role. Then there's also, if it may be very easy for some people to simply click a button and send an electronic bill, but you might also have orders and so on, and in other documents that they want to digitize. So there's some people might want, I don't know, payment services via a platform in order to be able to receive payment for their invoices more easily. So it really depends on the line of business, on the size or scale of business you're working at. Thank you. Let's look at the questions. First question: moving to electronic billing platforms will require each part of the company to communicate. How do these professional federations see themselves in supporting businesses towards this? Jean Safar. Well, I can't really speak on behalf of the companies concerned. As we were saying, with regard to support, everyone's going to have to support. So it has to be, whether it's federations, whether it be trade unions or anything else, because it has to work with everybody or it won't work at all. It's not going to work for everyone to simply try and do it all on your own, or to simply keep things for yourself. Every federation or association has to support its own trade. But I think we need better pooling, better sharing of training, of information, and of support more generally. And we've had talk of e-invoicing, e-reporting, e-payment, and so on. So what you're actually talking about is completely reorganising the way the companies do things internally. Armand de Genève. I would say that the government is aware of this need for support. What I take away from this morning is that we're all in agreement that there is a need for support. I think that's an important first point. Now, a lot of what you do already, you're obviously in close contact with your partner or your member companies, whether it be the companies who are going to have to do e-billing or those who are producing the software to do it. That's obviously an important point of contact as well. Earlier we were hearing that the design phase was important, but it needs to go. Things need to go further. Now, that's true. What I heard earlier was also that we have to simply try things. Between now and 1st of July 2024, you're going to have to experiment because it's empirical. You have to experiment, see what works, what doesn't. Clearly, we all have a right to make honest mistakes, and that's that pilot, that test phase will be important between now and 2024. It will be a good opportunity to learn from any mistakes that are made. I'm talking on behalf of the public platform, but we will make any improvements that arise from that phase. Okay, thank you. I have a last question for you all. We want companies to be ready for this. You've talked about January 2024, January 2026, but if we want business to be really prepared, ready, when do they have to be ready by? What really is the cut-off date? Well, for small companies, it's just simply the scale of the project. And so we need to say to them, July 2024 is the start date for everybody in terms of receiving e-bills. And that includes the 3 million very small companies in France. If they want to support them properly over the 18 months after that, clearly it's going to have to be staggered over time. And so 31st of December 2025 is the very, very last day for the very smallest company to be ready. That's why things like telephone hotlines and so on are important, but you can't all ring up on the 31st of December 2025. We need to make preparations as soon as possible. I was looking at some correspondence I got from my customers yesterday, actually, about this, who are preparing for it. Clearly, the different stages, as we've said, receiving, e-invoicing, e-reporting, and so on. Clearly, you won't all do that at the same time. We initially said B2B for domestic transactions are the first step, but we have to talk about billing individuals, payment, and so on and so forth. There's many things to do, but they need to be taken one thing at a time. There's no point trying to do them all at the same time, and then capitalize on our learning coming from the experimental phase. We need to also talk about that and pool it in order that we can all learn from one another. Okay, Amal de Genève. Well, step by step is really the key point. Bearing in mind the deadlines, because as we've said, the July 2024 is when you need to be able to receive e-invoices, and that applies to you whether you're a big company or a small company or whatever industry you're working in. So step by step also has to take into account the major deadlines, which everyone knows about, plus bearing in mind taking account of companies' needs, their size, and their level of maturity. I think, as we've heard before, the big companies are already on board and are already doing this in a certain number of countries when they operate internationally. So we can see that the level of maturity is very variable from one company to another. In particular, those who are in the vanguard, they should really give us their experience so we can learn from it, as we've heard this morning, in order to sort of enrich and improve the system going forward.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you all very much. That was an excellent discussion. So we are now at the end of this event, and we'll hear from Jérôme Formule, who's Director General of Public Finances, to give us the closing statement.
Donc, je vous le disais.
So, as I was saying, this is Jérôme Formule, Director General of Public Finances, who will give us the concluding remarks on this e-invoicing conference. We had 4 outstanding roundtable discussions with lots of interesting ideas. Indeed, yes. Thank you very much. I agree. This was a very informative discussion across the 4 roundtables and the various statements by the ministers at the beginning of the event. And I just wanted to, by way of conclusion, express my gratitude to all the people involved, all the speakers, because we've learned so much from you. I'd also like to thank Gaëtan for the very lively way in which you ran the roundtables. This is an apparently technical issue, but we can see from everything that was said this morning that we're actually talking about a small revolution. But it has historical roots. There are precedents. There are people who've got ahead of the game, and quite clearly it doesn't only concern European countries. So we've tried to open up to the wider world with our Latin American friends. And this is a revolution that's underway. It's about simplifying things for businesses, and this has to remain a strong, dynamic, and direction in terms of what we're doing. We've been talking about the gains produced by invoicing, additional benefits if we have harmonization. I'll touch on that, but this is very important, and we have to keep the impetus of this process going. And of course, this is beneficial for the authorities because it's easier to find out what's happening and combat fraud. But I specify when I say that it's not just an issue for the authorities, but also the businesses. It's important for them that they're working on a fair market, fair level playing field, rather than cowboys who are making their own rules. This is a huge challenge, as much for businesses as for the authorities and our tax revenues. Obviously, we are drawing on European experience here. We can see that there are a number of countries who have started the process, made good progress. I wouldn't say it's random. They're all fairly closely grouped together. It obviously isn't as yet harmonized, but it's clear that people have taken similar, if not identical, processes. And this is the rationale that we should take forward. The EU Commission has started projects, been looking at them for years, and with these projects and initiatives, we are moving towards harmonization. I'm sure that will continue. I heard some concerns expressed in this last roundtable about our ability to move forward and the advantage for businesses to have something that is at least in part standardized. I'm sure that message has been understood. Thanks in part to today's event. We'll be making progress there, not just within our own countries, but at European level. And we're delighted that we're able to get all these talented people to take part in our discussions today. And obviously, in the way things are being built, we haven't forgotten what we heard from business this morning about how things need to be secured and predictable. Support measures are vital too, to ensure that all businesses can get the right tailored support, not that we can target them individually, but we have to make sure that no one is left behind and everybody is involved in this evolution or even revolution, as I was saying. And as I said, this is not just a job for the authorities, but it's about business processes such as supply chains and accountability. So simplification, harmonization, and this is what we're trying to do with this project. I would say that the EU Commission is going to start a round of consultations about digital and VAT harmonization. It's so that they can take on board those issues in this whole process. And I think that all of us have to be fully involved and work together so that we get a really good European project. And since there's interest around the rest of the world, it won't just be Europe, whether we're talking about VAT or other things. This will spread outside Europe's boundaries, but we can help set global standards without them being too cumbersome, but that will help European businesses. Certainly something that all of us together, whether it be the authorities or businesses or software houses, platforms, accountants, plus all our European colleagues, we will continue to work on. And let me thank you all so much for being here today.